Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is indeed my show. Apologies for running late. My computer went through a conniption fit, and for whatever particular reason, there's this bug where when the computer updates, it doesn't work well with the Yeti mic, and I had to reset the computer. You have my apologies. But I'm glad you guys are here. My guest is here, and I'd hate for my guests to be waiting to different computers. No, same computer. I do have another one, but this one is the one that I use for the magic to happen. It's just a bit finicky in its old age. Let me bring in my guests. I am joined with the great, the awesome, the fantastic, the indubitably lost the thread on that one, Dr. Wilmer Leon. Dr. Leon, he's radio host, political scientist, nationally syndicated columnist, host of Connecting the Dots. He also has a show on Sirius, which for whatever particular reason, I never remembered the name of, even though I've been on that show more than one occasion, and it is a fantastic show with fantastic guests.
Inside the issues.
Inside the issues. Okay, I was getting the issues part. I couldn't get to the first part. How you doing this morning? You doing okay?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing much better than Charlie Kirk.
Yes, most of us are doing better than Charlie Kirk. Somebody posted the thing saying, Charlie Kirk, given the comment, he believed that the Second Amendment was a good thing, regardless of people getting killed or this kind of thing of guns save lives. And I kind of pointed out it didn't save his life. And you have all of these people who are saying stuff like, yeah, it's not about the guns, it's about liberal lunatics. And as I pointed out to him, unless you're a Thor, you can't throw a hammer at 200 meters to kill a guy. It is, on some level, the gun, at the very least, with the level of damage that you could do. But it's unfortunate. Like, I don't like... There are some liberals who are making some very grotesque statements about Charlie Kirk. In regards to they're happy he's dead, all of this stuff, I think that stuff is grotesque. I'm not a big fan of political violence, especially at YouTubers, for lack of better title for him, even if he is a provocateur, and even if he that said horrible, disgusting things. But that said, I'm also not a fan of pretending that people didn't live the life that they lived. Mm-hmm. And, I'm the guy who sits in a funeral. It's like, who is the person that you're talking about? And I don't want them to make stuff up about me either, for that matter. I have all oceans of video that people can draw to and say, whoa, that was him being an asshole. That was him being a good guy. It's a life. Give me your take on it, though. I mean, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth in regard to your thinking. I am curious about your thinking, though, especially this kind of politicized violence that seems to be, I guess, normalized in the U.S., depending upon your political side. If you're liberal, you're okay with a right-winger getting killed. If you're a right-winger, you seem to be okay with Nancy Pelosi's husband getting beat to death with a hammer, or nearly beat to death with a hammer. Give me your take. Give me your thoughts.
Well, I think there are two major elements to this. One is the human element, and the other is the political element. As I look at this as a human being, all I can do is pray for the soul of Charlie Kirk and pray for his family. Yeah. I don't want to see ill befall anyone. I don't want to see anything bad happen to Donald Trump. I don't want to see anything bad happen to Benjamin Netanyahu. Who am I as a human to pray for, think about, hope for ill to fall upon anyone? I deplore violence. And so from the human perspective, that's where I am with this. On the political perspective, he was a confidant and an advisor to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the human personification of evil. You, Charlie Kirk, you worked with evil every day. You contributed to creating an environment that that was based upon hatred, that was based upon white supremacy and racism, militarism. You promoted imperialism. You backed genocide. So when I was in high school, I went to Christian Brothers High School in Sacramento, California. Brother George Bertola would tell us, men, you're a victim of your own event. Meaning you brought this, whatever particular problem we were discussing, you brought this on yourself. It reminds me of the line from Godfather 2. And you know how much I love quoting the Godfather.
Yeah.
When Hyman Roth is talking to Michael Corleone, and Hiram Roth is waiting to see if Michael's going to give him the millions of dollars to invest in Cuba, and Hyman Roth says to Mike, he says, when Mo Green got killed, I didn't ask who gave the order. I let it go. This is the business we've chosen. This is the business Charlie Kirk chose. I said, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I said, I don't hope that ill befalls Benjamin Netanyahu. I truly don't. But Ansar Allah has committed to bringing about an end to his life. If they are able to drop a missile into his living room while he's sitting there eating Funyuns, hey man, shit happens. So that's, and one more point.
Okay.
Barack Obama, Senator Barack Obama, when he was running for president, he was, and I'm sure you remember this, he was caught on tape in San Francisco at a fundraiser. And he said, it's the Bill O'Reillys and the I used to be on the guy's show. And it's the Bill O'Reillys and the Lou Dobbs of the world that are fanning the flames of anti-immigrant sentiment, that are motivating the people in the Midwest to turn to their guns, to their religion, to their xenophobia. And when he said that, he was castigated. In fact, I remember I was on the set. I was at the Lou Dobbs show that very day. And Lou came in screaming, Wilmer, did you hear? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah. I said, Lou, you ever? I said, yeah, Lou, he's right. I said, I'm trying to remember the name. I said, you ever read any Frantz Fanon? I said, Frantz Fanon wrote about this. And Lou, not having read Frantz Fanon, looked at me kind of like, he gave me the Scooby-Doo. And I said, hey, man, he's right. So, and final point. What's his name? Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, is now bemoaning that they're talking about, oh, this is horrible. What has happened to free speech? He was giving a speech and it was political. Well, were you bemoaning the fate of Mahmoud Khalil when he was arrested and sent to an ICE detention center and then moved to another ICE detention center and threatened? They were trying to deport the man simply because of speech. See, you can't, the hypocrisy and the inconsistency in all of this bemoaning and hand wringing and crocodile tears now because Charlie Kirk got shot. Charlie, you were a victim of your own event.
Okay. That's a lot to work through. So let's walk through that.
Well, you asked.
Yeah, no. I want an honest opinion. It's a fair point, right? It's a fair opinion. First, you are a better person than me in the sense that I am okay as a human being saying that other people shouldn't exist. I'm fine with Netanyahu getting killed. I'm fine with a lot of horrible people getting killed, okay. Especially if they're making other people's lives radically miserable. Mm-hmm. If they're getting, when Israel was getting hit, I was sitting here drinking coffee saying, whew, that's some hot coffee. At every strike, I thought it was fantastic. As Israeli soldiers got killed, whew, that coffee is hot and good. I have no issue with it. I don't have this belief that there's something above me that is going to make this choice other than human beings making a choice about right and wrong in the way that we operate in the world. So I am okay with making that choice. Again, I'm just an individuated unit of consciousness. So whatever I think just matters, in the context of the 7 billion human beings.
I can't debate that with you. I won't debate that with you.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm glad there are people like you who think like that, so the Charlie Kirks of the world do get handled.
But see, that's the opposite part, though. I don't think he should have been murdered. I think he should have been murdered. I'm saying I don't think he should have been murdered. Charlie Kirk is effectively a bomb thrower and a podcaster who has trash points of view. He's a horrible human being. Let's be honest. Again, if I'm sitting in a funeral and people saying nice things, I'm like, who are they talking about? I don't know this person who they are now acting as if he was white as snow. By the same token, though, somebody taking a gun from 200 meters and putting a bullet in his throat in order to take his life. I don't even know who took his life, right? We don't even know the motivations of the people that took his life. It wasn't, it might have been a liberal. Might have been some Israeli that was pissed off. It might have been some Ukrainian that was pissed off because his position on Ukraine. I have no idea who ended up taking his life. But that could be any of us. Like anybody could sit somewhere and say, I hate that guy's opinion so much. He hasn't killed a person, by the way. I hate that guy's opinion so much that I'm going to wipe him from existence.
That's one reason why I can't have that opinion towards him, is because I don't want that person to have that opinion to that level or that extent about me.
I guess the question is, does what Charlie Kirk is what he is, does it raise him to the level where people can say clean murder? And I just don't think it does. Netanyahu, yeah.
And that's my point. No, I don't think anybody, like I said, I mean, who's more despicable? I'll give you 3 names. Who right now on this planet is more of a despicable human being than Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, and J.D. Vance, other than the women that sleep with them? Yeah. J.D. Vance is part of a cabal that murders 11 people in a boat in the Caribbean Sea, lies about why that was done, and then when he's asked the question, isn't this a war crime, his response is, we don't care about war crimes.
They don't.
When he says we, because Charlie Kirk is part of that cabal, then if you don't care about war crimes, somebody might put a bullet in your neck. Play silly games, you win silly prizes.
Now, to be fair, I haven't heard Charlie Kirk giving a point of view on the Venezuelan issue.
I haven't either, but he was an advisor and a part of that cabal. Let me put it another way. Did you hear him come out and say this was a war crime and it shouldn't have been done?
But is Charlie Kirk really been giving advice on military decisions about who Donald Trump murders around the globe?
I don't know. What I'm saying, I don't know about that level of detail. What I'm saying is he's part of the entourage. That's my point. When Biggie got shot and when Tupac got shot, some of the entourage got hit as well.
Yes.
When you party with them.
I hear you. I hear you on that. I do hear you on that. The other part I want to go to is the political violence and how we visit just hell across the globe. Like, I mean, the Gaza thing is just one item, but you have like nearly 2 million Ukrainians that are dead as a result of the war that we effectively provoked and started. As you pointed out, they just murdered 11 innocent people that they just, well, they're doing drugs. So, you know, hashtag it's okay. Well, we don't know that, for one. It doesn't even make sense that a boat is going from Venezuela to the US selling drugs like that. Makes zero sense.
It doesn't make sense that a drug boat of that nature, because like you, I've seen the footage.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense that a drug boat would have 11 people on it. If you do very simple math, you only need one person on the boat. The other 10 are potential rats. The other 10 are people that can blow the cover of your entire operation. So you don't need those 10 people. And here's another thing. I haven't heard anybody else say this. Let's just, for simple math, assume each person on the boat weighed 180 pounds. You have 10 extra people on the boat. You multiply 180 by 10, you get, let me see, times the rotation of the earth divided by the speed of light. You get 1,800 pounds. You get 1,800 pounds of people that could be 1,800 pounds of drugs.
I've made that argument.
Okay.
I have made the same argument. I was like,
so
this boat is not big enough to take that much crack or coke or whatever the hell they're talking about taking.
It just doesn't make sense.
No.
Because drug dealers are a lot of things. One of the things they're businessmen and women. So you're a drug dealer and you're gonna ride around with 1,800 pounds of dead weight, and no pun intended, because they now all are at the bottom of the Caribbean Ocean or the Caribbean Sea. No, it doesn't make sense.
Murder of the North Koreans. That's another one, right? Where they kill those North Korean fishermen, and then for the state to say fair murder, that's okay.
And now you're trying to start a war with Venezuela.
Yeah. I'm trying to point out that we create havoc across the globe, and we're shocked when people assume the same ideology and bring that stuff back home and visit it upon people they don't necessarily like. So that's kind of the other angle to this, right? It's like, it's political violence. Political violence is as American as apple pie, for better or for worse. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I am very uncomfortable with. I'm very uncomfortable with this. I put it that way. I put it that way.
Look. As am I. I want to be sure I make. You mentioned the funeral a couple of times. And I was on a show last night, and one of the things that the host said to me was, we've been raised not to speak ill of the dead. And I said, well, I've always believed I'm gonna treat you in death the way you treated me in life.
Yes, agreed.
I'm going to be honest. And so, this guy, as you said, was a bomb thrower.
Racist.
Somebody threw a bomb back.
Well, they threw a bullet back.
Well, of course, figuratively speaking.
Well, I'm saying they didn't challenge him with words. They decided to go after his life.
Well, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
But is speech enough?
Obviously, it is to somebody.
Well, I'm talking about in the more one day when we were on the show, you said right is right.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, what does that mean? You said right is right.
Right is always right. The one thing about right is always right.
Exactly.
Right. But see, okay.
But is it right?
Let me clarify this for you. I'm not making a when I say you said he's a bomb thrower and somebody threw a bomb back. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that that's right. I'm just saying it is. And it's an expected consequence.
Is it expected consequence?
In America, you shot Dr. King, you shot Abe Lincoln, you shot Robert Kennedy, you shot John Kennedy. This is the landscape that America has created. This is the terrain. You're sending the military into Los Angeles to quell a political, for all intents and purposes, you militarized, you federalized the military against the Constitution to quell, for all intents and purposes, a peaceful political response. You've sent the police into DC. You've sent the military. You've sent the military into Chicago in violation of the Constitution. One of the things, Donald Trump, that your Donald Trump whisperer, Steve Bannon, told us that you are intended to do is to deconstruct the administrative state. Mm-hmm. And you don't expect, as Chalmers Johnson would say, you don't expect blowback? You're tripping. You're tripping. You're creating this environment, and now this is the American individual response to your militarism. Somebody said, I'm gonna handle this myself, and you get what you get, and you don't get upset.
I don't know if I have any feelings about the fact that Charlie Kirk is dead. I think it's more so we have a First Amendment as an ideal. And in the context of that First Amendment, people are going to say off the wall things just on any random day, right? And that speech on some level is protected. And I guess I'm arguing right and wrong, I suppose. Like, I understand you're arguing action and consequence. That the administrative state, that Donald Trump is effectively destroying, the way that the state apparatus, the way it actually works. And you're making the case that Charlie Kirk has associated himself with Donald Trump. And because he's associated with himself with Donald Trump, if somebody can't kill Trump, but they can get Kirk, then Kirk on some level is responsible for his own death because of the things that Kirk has said and who he's associated himself with. I do get the argument. I'm saying that's still not right, though. Like, that's.
Oh, I agree with you.
You could be a bomb thrower. You could say off the wall stuff. You could be racist. You could be hateful to immigrants. You could be sexist. You could say horrible things about Black people. You could be a white nationalist. You can be all of that stuff. And in America, that stuff ideally is protected, regardless of how grotesque it actually is. Now, again, we don't know who this guy is. I mean, the guy's a professional sniper, obviously.
Or woman.
And so, yeah, I mean, he hit him in the neck from 200 meters out or something like that. That's an insane shot.
I spend a lot of time at the range, and I can say Willie Hicks, very well trained by Willie Hicks. You hit your target even with a high powered sniper rifle scope and all, the little nest that you create for yourself, and hey, one round and you hit the neck.
Yeah.
Oh, look, no, You're about that life. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I am super curious about who this guy is and the motivations. Because what if he's not a liberal? Like, what if he's some rando Ukrainian that don't like the fact that Charlie Kirk was skeptical about the war?
No, you don't even have to go that far. What if he is former MAGA who has realized he was sold a pig in a poke? What if he's one of those former MAGA folks that says, I didn't vote for this, which really means, yeah, I did, but you weren't supposed to screw me. What if he's one of the former Department of Education employees, or one of these Doge victims that couldn't get to Elon Musk, so he took his ire out on the closest available target. He doesn't have to be Ukrainian. He could be from Cleveland.
One of the other things I want to hit on this is the hypocrisy. It has annoyed me to no end. All of these right wingers crying bloody murder. Oh my God, Kirk should get the Medal of Honor. It's like, shut up. Just shut up. None of these people cared when all of these, when they were trying to go after Whitmer. And I know a lot of that stuff was the FBI egging that stuff on, but those people were trying to take her life, even with the egging on. Nobody cared about those other people that got shot. That were, God, Mehdi Hassan put an entire list out of right-wing violence that was taking place, or even on what was it, where they took the car and then drove into the crowd of people at Charlottesville.
I was just going to mention Charlottesville. Absolutely right.
January 6th, raided the Capitol, beating the hell out of cops. And to this day, they act like this is entirely justified, that they were doing this and beating the living daylights out of cops. They didn't care.
So much so that Donald Trump pardoned them. So Donald Trump, are you gonna send the National Guard now into Utah? Is this now so egregious, and are people now afraid to go to Ogden, Utah? We now must send the National Guard into Utah? Is this that egregious? See, that you're making that's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. Your hypocrisy is nauseating. And not yours. I know what you mean. The right's hypocrisy here is just nauseating. Again, Spencer Cox, I think it was Spencer Cox, the governor of Utah, who now wants to wrap himself in the First Amendment. I cannot remember the name of the sister. There was Mahmoud Khalil, and then there was another sister at Columbia that all they were doing was protesting genocide, and they were arrested. And here's the thing, folks, the First Amendment applies to everybody standing on this ground. Yep. No matter where you're from, no matter how you got here, no matter when you got here, no matter whether you should be here or should not be here, the First Amendment applies. The 14th Amendment, due process, applies. And so when you have a president of the United States that decides, as I think his border guy said, I don't care what the judges say, we're not bringing these people back. Wrong answer, homie. Wrong answer. You failed the test.
Yeah.
You failed the test. And so you've created this environment. You're a victim of your own event. You created this environment. And see, I'm not and this is why I started my answer by talking about the human aspect of this, because even though people are going to say and do what they want to say and do, I want to lay the predicate that I'm not applauding this.
Yeah.
But there are some realities here that Joe Scarborough isn't going to discuss. There's some realities here that Rachel Maddow and what's the sister's name that used to be on MSNBC?
Joanne Reed.
Joanne Reed. Because they're afraid, they're scared to take it to this level. But this is the level. If you really want to talk about this issue, this, in my opinion, is what you need. I'm gonna treat Charlie Kirk in death the way he treated us in life. He was a white supremacist. In fact, I remember the first time I interviewed Ray McGovern. The first time I interviewed Ray McGovern was, about 23 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And I said to him, we were talking about Dick Cheney, and we were talking about the lies that were being told centered around the war in Iraq. And I referred to Dick Cheney as a neocon. And Ray stopped me in mid-sentence and says, Wilmer, no, absolutely not. He said, Dick Cheney is not a neoconservative. He said, I'm a conservative. Ray McGovern, I'm a conservative. Dick Cheney is a fascist. I said, oh, you're dropping F-bombs now. Okay. Okay. I hear you. So we've got to see part of the, and then I'll shut up. Part of the problem is people in the mainstream are afraid to tell the truth. Just tell the truth. The man's got a family. I realize that. But a lot of the people he was trying to deport, they got families.
Yeah.
He has 2-3 children. They got kids too. Mahmoud Khalil wasn't able to be by his wife's side as she was giving birth. Why? Spencer Cox? Because he was arrested for speaking freely, as you now want to advocate as you bemoan the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
The hypocrisy is nauseating. Stop it.
Yeah, I think hypocrisy is the part that gets me the most about it. It's like they care when it's their side, and then they politically grandstand on the death.
Exactly.
It's like, well, we want to say prayers in Congress for Charlie Kirk, and it's like, dude, God doesn't care about your grandstanding. He just doesn't.
And
he was killed, and as you point out, his family, his wife, they weren't responsible for any of it, and yet they're gonna accept whatever consequence associated with it. I get your point about action and consequence. I do get it. This idea that you live a particular life, you can't be shocked at the consequences of the life that you've effectively led.
This is the business we've chosen.
Yeah, but he didn't choose a business of shooting people. He chose a business of being a horrible person. Yeah, he chose a business of hatred. I mean,
hatred,
I guess
violence and militarism, and traverse the country recruiting high school and college children to this white supremacist colonialist ideology. You back genocide.
Yes. But if you remember, Charlie Kirk recently was afraid for his life, thinking that the Israelis were pissed off at him because he was having debates with like Dave Smith and those type of people, bringing them on stage, and Dave Smith was eating the genocide supporters alive on stage. Like, look, I agree with you. He lived a trash life. He was a horrible person. Full stop.
And that just happens to you.
I guess I just don't know if there warrants being murdered. That's all.
I'm not saying it does.
No, I'm not saying that you are. You're making an action and consequence argument.
Right.
Effectively, this is the life you led, so you can't entirely be shocked that within the context of this life that somebody offed you. Right. But I'm saying you could be shocked. You should be shocked on some level by it.
Not in America, I'm not. This is America. This is what America is founded on.
We are founded, but every country is founded on political violence on some level. That's
but I don't live in every country. I live here.
That's the other point I want to get.
Okay.
There are people who are making this argument also. All political violence is wrong. And I'm like, dude, your country was founded on political violence. What are you talking about?
That doesn't make it right. Because the country was founded on political violence doesn't make it right. Now, if you're saying that, if you're saying that to try to support an argument that if the person saying that is trying to use that as a way of saying America is exceptional by not engaging in that, well, then you're just flat out wrong, crazy, and you don't know history.
Yeah, but they would make the argument. And on some level, I guess all states make that argument because all states want to be the single dispensation of force.
The shining city on the hill.
Yeah, but a totalitarian government, it's not hand over power just because you beseech it to do so, right? Mm-hmm. Like Israel just attacked Qatar. They're going to send a strongly worded letter. You think Israel is going to be like, oh, God, we got the strongly worded letter. We certainly have to stop what we're doing at this moment. No, they're not. Any more than Napoleon, was going to, like France, in the context of that they were in, a strongly worded letter wasn't necessarily going to do it for France either. It required aggressive action. Two things can exist simultaneously in the sense that, look, killing the guy is wrong. It's political violence. By the same token, let's be honest. I guess my feeling, on some level, I get your point, right? It's like we should be honest about how action and consequence works in a society. I just don't think this rises to that level. And I am very curious about, and again, I'm the guy who is okay saying that guy shouldn't exist. Like meaning people in general, like when those people are doing horrible things. And the reason I guess I started with that is because I want to make the point that I am not against horrible people, like disgusting, horrible people that are committing horrible acts on the world being taken away from this planet. I don't know if Charlie Kirk rises to that level. I don't think he does. I think this is
okay, but obviously somebody did.
Somebody does, yeah. Somebody clearly does, and that guy's still at large.
And another analogy, another example of failing to get to the reality, and we've talked about this before. The immigration argument. See, yes. I dwell on telling the I'm a political scientist. I'm not a political operative. I'm an educator. In my mind, my job is to get to the truth. The only way I believe that you solve the problem is you get to the truth. I'm sitting in this chair today at 66 because when I was 42, I was diagnosed with kidney cancer. We got to the source of the problem, solved the problem, and that's why I'm sitting here today. So another example is this immigration argument. And they keep screaming about all these people that are streaming across our border, wreaking all of this havoc in our country. But none of the people that are doing all this screaming actually get to the root or the crux of the problem, which is American foreign policy in the countries that these people are coming from.
Yes.
Stop decimating the economy in El Salvador, and El Salvadorians will probably want to stay home. Yes. Stop trying to wage a war against a democratically elected president in Venezuela named Nicolas Maduro, and Venezuelans will probably want to stay in Venezuela. It's a very nice country with beautiful women and very good food. So But they don't want to have that conversation, whether it's Democrat or Republican, because they make too much money. Why, when Joe Biden was president, and he had control of the House and the Senate, why didn't he solve the women's right to choose issue when he had control of the House and the Senate?
Yeah.
Because it was more important to him as a political issue than it was a problem solved.
Yeah.
So I try to spend my time solving problems, providing reality to help solve problems.
Let's also be honest. We're a violent country in general. Right. I mean, like, we idolize the gun. It's like, you know, a good man with a gun, this is what you need to solve a particular issue. Right. Okay, well, I would wager to you the shooter doesn't look in the mirror and think he's a bad guy, much like anybody else thinks they're a bad guy.
No, he looks in the mirror and says, I hit my target. I'm a pretty good shot. I hit my target.
Yeah, it's like, that's a hell of a shot, right? That should be funny, but it's true. Yeah. And again, we export this stuff all across the world. Like, it's not like we're peaceful, we're just holding a lily. It's not that. We have a very aggressive, vicious foreign policy with a deranged president, either the last one or this one. We can't necessarily be shocked that there's going to be political violence in the country like that, especially, as you make your point, them putting military in other cities. It seems like Trump is just flagrantly ignoring the law. Mm-hmm. And I guess the other angle to this is, what is Trump now going to do using this as a political cudgel? That's the other part.
Well,
that's the other part. He's not going to invade Utah.
Well, you're right, but then there's another part to that part. What's the opposition going to do? See,
you mean Democrats, or you mean the left?
Or? The left. Okay. The left. I'll just use that as the euphemism for the opposition. What are they going to do? Are they going to just sit idly by and allow him to ratchet up the horror because they're afraid to speak the truth, because they don't want to be insensitive? Because Wilmer, how can you? Oh, Wilmer, you're speaking ill of the dead. No, I'm telling you the truth. And the dude is dead, but I'm telling you the truth. Wilmer, how can you say that? It's the truth. How can you not say it? And that's been a big problem with the recent spate of politics, is the Democrats have been afraid / paid not to tell the truth. Hence my piece, he who pays the piper calls the tune.
You really think that it's about them being paid? I take it as just they were fundamentally.
Look at how much money AIPAC has paid.
Oh, you mean on that?
Torres. Look at how much money AIPAC has paid Gregory Meeks. Look at how much money AIPAC has paid Hakeem Jeffries. Look at how much money AIPAC has gave to the Kamala Harris campaign. Yes.
Christian Gillibrand, Cory Booker. You can go down the list.
As Gil Scott Heron would say, the endless list that won't be missed when at last America is purged.
Yeah. No, on that one, you're right. I thought you meant it's political opposition, because they've shown no political opposition to Trump.
Because they've been paid not to.
Oh, but see,
I just gave you the.
No. I agree with you on the AIPAC thing. They fundamentally agree and support everything Donald Trump is effectively doing on Israel, completely to the hilt. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean that you can't have political opposition in general. Like, for example, all of them are piping up now and saying, oh my God, the Russians have attacked Poland with decoy drones. All of them are piping up. It's like, oh, this weak president is not fighting. They would find stupid issues. It's like, dude, do you really believe that the Russians couldn't find anything other than decoy drones that had no explosives in it to hit Poland? Is that really what you're making an argument about? But yeah, they would pipe up. They would say the president needs to get involved now. The president is letting our NATO ally fall to the wayside. The president is this. The president is that. Right. Meaning, if they had something that they thought they could fight on, they would pipe up as grotesque as what they're trying to pipe up as, effectively getting Americans killed or getting Europeans fed to the Russians. Is it more that they were just fundamentally broken in that last race, where they put all of their money on Trump is an ogre, Trump is a monster, Trump is a maniac, Trump is going to put Liz Cheney against the wall and put her and shoot her, Trump is going to do all of these things. And then when he still won, after the hysterics and everything else, they had nothing left. They have no political plan. They have nothing.
No, it wasn't the last election, because who started the conflict? Who started the conflict in Ukraine?
The war was overthrown under Obama. I mean, Ukraine was overthrown under Obama.
Right. And then who sent the troops in? Joe Biden.
Yeah.
The Democrats have become more hawkish than who assassinated Muammar Gaddafi? Barack Obama. Donald Trump. The Republicans didn't do that.
Well,
the Democrats did that. And where are the Democrats now relative to genocide? Where are they now relative to trying to start a war with Venezuela? Who tried to start the war with China? Joe Biden over Taiwan.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi flew to Taiwan as a provocation, as an act of provocation towards China. So the Democrats are, they have become the hawks.
But they both agree.
Huh?
They just agree. Like, meaning they're not fighting on issues that they agree upon. It's not like one party or the other. Both political parties just fundamentally agree with this notion of primacy.
Right.
And maintaining it. In fact, they're attacking Trump for not getting NATO involved into a war.
Right. Right. Why?
I hate both, if I'm being brutally honest with you.
You're right. Because they're two wings on the same bird.
Yep. Yep. So true.
They're getting paid by Lockheed Martin the same way the Republicans are getting paid by Lockheed Martin. Remember, now I'm drawing a blank on the guy's name, the former CEO of Boeing Defense Systems was asked it was July of 16, I think it was. He was asked, who did Boeing prefer to be president?
What a silly question.
Joe Biden or Donald Trump? And his response was, it doesn't matter to Boeing which one is elected. I mean, folks, you can look this up. Just look up CEO of Boeing says it doesn't matter who wins the election. I'm drawing a blank on the dude's name.
Mm-hmm.
He said it doesn't matter to Boeing. We're going to get paid anyway.
Yep.
That's what he said.
That's why I said it's a silly question. Boeing is going to make ends either way. And all of those billionaires are going to go to the table and they're going to say, Mr. Trump, you're a great man. We're going to put as much money into your coffers. What's his name? John Calhoun.
John Calhoun, I think is his name.
Yeah.
No, Professor? Dave Calhoun. Dave Calhoun.
For some reason, Dave Calhoun sounds more right.
It is. I just looked it up. It's David Calhoun.
Professor, this has been an interesting conversation. I enjoy interesting conversations.
Man. I love doing your show.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And anytime you want me, I've gotten to the point where the time zone don't really matter at this point.
Well, now that I understand that, then I'll be reaching out to you a lot more.
Yeah, just hit me.
I was always concerned about the time zone, about the time difference.
I've gotten so accustomed to. I mean, most of the time I'm working and I cutting videos and everything else. Last night I dozed off, so I'm running behind. But all things being equal, usually I'm up. So definitely hit me up. I always enjoy these conversations with you. I swear to God, I do.
Why?
And
from what I can understand, so does your audience.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm transparent with that stuff. Like if I don't like somebody, it comes across pretty clearly, as the audience knows from recent minutes. But no, man, I really enjoyed these conversations. And I always thank you for joining me on this show. Dr. Wilmer Leon. He is radio host, a political scientist, nationally syndicated columnist, host of Connecting the Dots, and decoding. What's the name of that last show for Sir? So I'm going to write this down because I want to put
Inside the Issues.
Inside the Issues. Thank you.
And today,
what time does that come on?
That's from 11 to 2 Eastern on Saturdays.
Okay.
And today on Connecting the Dots, Francois Ndengue is going to be my guest from Paris. He lives in Paris, and we're going to be talking about what's happening with French politics. And let me grab this. I got to take this call.
No, you're perfectly fine. You be
Thanks,
safe.
man.
You have a good one. Have a good show.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right, Professor Wilmer Leon. I am going to, we have a lot of tech chats on that one. So I'm going to take these chats while we wait for our next guest. This should be interesting. I didn't get the chance to see all of these. I think I only saw one, but let's go into the chat. Let's see what people are saying. Sir Bikes a Lot a Day. I'm sorry to say this for all I have. I'm sorry to say for all I have for Charlie Kirk's tragedy are thoughts and prayers. Don't be sorry to say it. You're a person. You are a person. My mom, who's on the show, will tell you that she greatly disagrees with my take about being honest about people, how they lived, and me having a pet peeve about pretending that the person was white as snow at the point where they died. You guys have heard me say very bad things about people who I think are horrible people when they died. Like the world gets 1 ounce brighter and everything else. So don't feel bad about that. That makes you a decent person. I guess I don't have feelings about Charlie Kirk getting killed. What I feel about it has more to do with this idea of we have a First Amendment and people have, under law, the right to be horrible people and say horrible things. So you could be a trash human being under our laws. That's American as apple pie. I guess you can also make the argument that political violence is also American as apple pie, considering all the people who've been assassinated and murdered over the course of time. Does a podcaster and a YouTuber rise to that level of needing to be assassinated? I just don't, I can't. That seems to be such a reach for me. That it's just flat out wrong. Just flat out wrong. But again, as Wilmer said, somebody obviously disagrees with my take and decide to take his life. I can give you more than 3 names: Peter Thiel, Ghislaine Maxwell, Obama, Joe Biden, cast of The View, Hillary, Bill Clinton, Bill Gates. I could go on and on. Cast of The View, I can't get behind you, a murdering guy in it, man. Can't get behind it. Whoopi Goldberg says some insane shit, but I shouldn't be murdered for it. That's kind of my point. Like, if you are in a position of authority, and in that position of authority, you are doing things that are getting people killed. Okay, I get it, right? If you are a podcaster, YouTuber, bomb thrower, I don't know. I guess it depends on the physical matter, like how this stuff operates in a larger physical matter world. Yeah, he was racist, white supremacist, vicious to immigrants, vicious to women in some respects, like in the things that he's said about especially blacks. So we're not talking about a good and decent person. It doesn't mean he should be dead. And if so, what's the level where we reach that threshold of needing to be killed? I don't know, man. It's a bit much. Wilmer Leon, Dr. Wilmer Leon, on some Black hypocrisy, justifying Kirk killing. For that, we all could be subject to death for disagreement. You are applauding it. Yeah, it does seem like he's threading a needle. He's making an action consequence argument while simultaneously saying, I'm not saying I agree with him being killed, but this is the consequence of his actions. Yeah, that's a needle. That's a hell of a needle. That's a tightrope, right? Fair enough, Brave. I am very dodgy with this idea that, you can be offed for the things that you say in this way. Get crumb at me and blog. Kevin Wayne, I did get your blog. Yes. You sent 2 emails. I got both. And thank you for it. Thank you for it. Brave. I get your point, man. I agree with your point. It's just any of us, any of us. And as we were talking, I kept having this thing in my mind, like, so if I get whacked walking through some rando street in some rando place by some rando Ukrainian, would Dr. Leon come on and make the same argument? It's that, right? It's that part. It's like, can that really be justified? And I don't think so. I agree with you, Brave. We are joined, man himself, Andrii Telizhenko. Andrii is a whistleblower, former diplomat from Ukraine. How you doing, Andrii? You doing okay today?
Hi, Jamal. I think everybody today who's watching America, situation that is happening there in the last week, especially, and yesterday, is not okay, or should not be okay. They should have something thinking, or even if they don't follow the news, the reality that we're living in today, that we're seeing publicly, is just a disgrace and tragedy for everybody, for people, just regular normal people, because this is not how it should be. And my grief goes to the family of Charlie Kirk, and to him, and his soul should rest in peace. He's with God now. And my family goes to Irina, the Ukrainian girl who also lost tragically her life, basically in public television right now. So this is what I feel. So I don't believe it's a good morning, but it's a morning. We're alive today, and today's September 11th. Also, it's the Remembrance Day of that tragedy. So it's a lot of things happening this week, and a lot to talk about.
I will be honest with you, Andrii. I don't really feel anything about Charlie Kirk in that sense. I don't think if there's a God above, I don't think he's there. If I'm being blunt honest with you, just based on the life that Charlie Kirk led. By the same token, the Ukrainian woman that was murdered is a tragedy. She was minding her own business, murdered with a knife in the throat as she was on the subway. And, unfortunately, America's a violent country. I know a lot of people around the world don't quite understand the degree of violence that takes place here on a daily basis. There are mass shootings every day. People get killed, stabbed every day, mugged, shot, etc. And unfortunately, political violence is almost like a fact of life. I mean, Donald Trump was nearly murdered, right? And you go down the list of political figures that were killed. I mean, granted, like Kennedy, the son. Robert F. Kennedy, John F. Kennedy. Yeah, all of these people.
Martin Luther King. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like all of these people got murdered for a political point of view. So I do get your point.
We have no answers. We have no answers.
Yeah, it's not good. So I agree with you. This is not, regardless of what I thought of Kirk, I don't think he should have been killed. So agreed. I do agree with you on that front.
That's a Christian point of view, and the problem is the killings today compared to even what was happening with 30 years ago. Right now, it's all on live television.
Yes.
And we understand that there are killings, we understand there's mass shootings around, but when you're being killed live on television, and you have the scenery of what is happening, and everybody then is trying to frame the pictures slow motion and see the moments when your life is taken away from you and it leaves your body. That's what basically is shocking today to people who are seeing this. Like when you have something, there's a war happening somewhere, there's like 100,000 dead, or there's people in Palestine being killed, nobody cares about that. Or there's people in Russia, Donbass being killed, thousands of children got killed. People don't see, they only see the aftermath with blurred pictures. Here, we're seeing today, in 2025, live killings and live when have basically the life leaves the body of the person. So this is just crazy, and I think there should be some censorship in this also. We should not go this far, having everything just shown in public, because it actually does hit you hard. And I don't know, maybe it will change, something will change. But my position is I did not support a lot of stuff that Charlie did talk about, especially Israel and Palestine, but I did support that his views on America overall, on Ukraine, when he told the truth. Not a lot of people told the truth, and he did. He was one of the first ones. Also, he told about Christianity and religion. So there are things that not everybody agrees upon everything. You cannot be, there's no, like, even a husband and wife doesn't agree upon everything in their household. Like, they have their disagreements, right? So, but we are all people, and we have to understand what is happening here. And I said, this is what is America has become. And when I was there, even 20 years ago, it was different. It was changing. It was changing to the worse, and everybody's talking about it. I went to a black university. I went to University District of Columbia. It's actually, it's a black university. It's everything there, but there was no problem of having whites and blacks together. There was no hatred. There was not. It wasn't there. It was not in the society. Everybody lived okay, and we talked about different stuff, and whites and blacks and McCain and Obama. That was the election that was happening at that time, and it was okay. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't what has become today. And the problem is America is pushing its own politics around the globe. But onto Russia, when there's Russia, things like that don't happen as much as happening in the United States. And that in Ukraine, they destroyed my country, Ukraine, by basically using it as a proxy and pushing the aggression. What is happening with the neocons and liberals and whatever, and all this hatred in America towards Ukraine. And with Ukraine right now, it's a hatred. Everybody hates, within Ukraine, everybody hates each other. Like, there's hatred towards everybody: Russia, Belarus, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Georgia. Just because they have their points of view, even America, they hate America now because they're not giving them enough money. So, like, this is what the reality has become.
I guess
Sorry, I wanted to say something on this.
No,
overall.
you don't apologize. No, dude, you're here to give your take. That's what I want. Do you think that people who say stuff like black people were better off in slavery, or who say stuff like black women are dumb, who trash immigrants, do you think that people with a huge public platform that says stuff like that on any level creates that division?
It adds, and it not just adds, it cements the division in the reality. It cements the division, like the household of the division from within. So yes, but depends also on the immigration stuff. It depends on when, who, and how. Because, like, as I said, America is a land of immigrants. My parents live in the United States. They went through a process of getting their green card, through a hard process. My mom is paying taxes, 40%. Like, I'm not in America. Like, she has to, out of her salary, she's working day and night in a company, but she is paying a lot of taxes. She's paying for a household. She's paying to America. And my dad is retired, but he's getting his pension in Ukraine. He's not taking anything from the United States. Like, he's not even legally working. He's helping the church. So basically, I cannot come and see them because I'm sanctioned, but overall, they're there legally. I was there also legally when I was a student. When I came there, I had to basically, even though I had a diplomatic visa, when I came first to the United States, I had to change it to a student visa, even though I had a diplomatic visa, diplomatic passport, immunity, blah, 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 because my dad was working in the embassy at the time in Washington. I had to go to the process and legally become a student and stay there. So we go all through that. So we're talking about black people, Hispanics people, any other people, white, colored, everything. That's race. That is basically who we are. And immigration, that is a separate thing. Depends on what. Like, it doesn't have to be. Even if you came from Ukraine or Russia or China or Mexico or Canada, if you came illegally to a country, the United States or any other country, you broke the law. So basically, we should not put those things together. I think it's separate. It's like milk and fish. You don't mix milk and fish. It's going to be a bad outcome.
Oh, I see what you mean. Look, I do make a distinction, right? Like, look, for me, immigration is not my issue. I don't entirely care about it. If I'm being bluntly honest with you, I care about it in the context of the way we treat human beings, especially when we're deporting people. And it's like, well, if we weren't setting fires in their countries, maybe they wouldn't necessarily come in that way. Like, meaning we can't have it both ways. We can't have this kind of intense pressure on this notion of immigration where they're being demagogued. And the thought is, okay, how could we treat these people as hard and worse and miserable as possible, while simultaneously doing things in their countries? I mean, Hernandez, in Honduras, for example, where they took out Zelaya in his pajamas. Hillary Clinton brags about it in a book. And the guy who they put in ends up becoming a narco lord, drug lord, who they effectively prosecuted in New York. Ecuador is another really good example. The pressure that was being put on Ecuador, especially after Correa left Ecuador over the Julian Assange issue. Like, these things set fires in other people's countries. Bolivia is another good example, where Evo Morales was taken out by a bunch of fascists in that country. I don't know, man, we set fires. But I understand your point that there's a distinction between somebody who came here legally versus somebody who came here illegally. All those Christian values, to say those things about Black people as racist, to say those things about immigrants and the way that they're treated, like, or to back a genocide that's taking place in Israel. To me, these are not Christian values.
They're different, and the problem is they were being put together. The genocide being done in Palestine and Gaza, it's separate and it should not be there. I hear support even Tucker Carlson on this one talks about we have to support Israel with Ted Cruz because it's written in the Bible.
Right.
It's not written in the Bible to support the country Israel. It's written in the Bible that there's that land that you have to support, and on that land, it's not only the Jewish people who are living there. There's also the Palestinians, and the interesting thing is, the Palestinians who lived there afterwards were the ones who saved the Christ's clothes. They saved the history, and they saved parts of the cross, which were Jesus Christ was crucified. The Palestinians did that. They saved that. And we should protect that land where people live on. That's what's said in the Bible. So that's the different thing. Racism, there should not be racism in America or anywhere else, because it's not. People are all the same. We have the same blood. You have the same chromosomes. It comes back to the same thing. So here, Andre, I fully agree. Yeah,
that's my point about Kirk. Like, it's almost like these things are. It's amazing to me how people who call themselves Christians don't act like Christians. And they use it almost as, virtue signaling for some kind of thing. It's like we can ignore all of this stuff that we don't particularly like about Christianity, but I'm going to claim to be a Christian. Like, I recoil at that when people do stuff like that. I mean, I grew up in the church. Most of the people in the church effectively behaved in the exact same way. So,
there's a lot of people who go to church in Ukraine, and they believe killing Russians and then killing people in Donbass and going after the church, our church, with a 1,000-year history, is okay. And they believe they're good Christians. So there's a lot of Christianity. It's also who you are from within, what you do in your actions from within. As I said, I supported what Charlie Kirk said about Christianity and how he talked about it in a way that it was understandable to people. Maybe it did change some people's minds. Mm-hmm. And I said, did not support his view on Israel and Gaza because it's a whole different thing. I believe that's politics, and that's politics involved in that issue, and that should be separate. But overall, Christians is who we are and what we do, our actions at the end. And we and Jesus Christ and the court of the Lord will decide, were we Christians on this earth?
How do you separate those things? I mean, your ethical values are effectively your core, right? Like, that's your workable point of view and how you're figuring out, how do I maneuver within the context of the world? Okay, that's an equation. that equation takes in all sorts of things. What do I think about people? What do I think about what's right and wrong? What do I think about, etc.? How do your Christian values get separate from that? Like, I don't know how a person separates their ethical, moral core from the actions to what they take in the larger world. Those things are intrinsically linked.
You have to question yourself in your actions all the time, even if they're good. That's how I do it. I try to question. I know what's written in the Bible. I know what's written in the Psalms. I know what's written and said, taught by the church from our Orthodox Christianity. And I question myself when I do things. Is it what the church wants, or this is not just the church, what God wants? Is it good or bad? And questioning all the time. That's normal. That's why we have brains, and that's why we're different from animals and anything else, because we can question ourselves and question ourselves again. If we even believe it's true and we're right, we would question ourselves twice, 3 times if needed. It's okay to be wrong.
Yes.
And that's how it's done. That's how my ethics are done, and how I do it. And maybe it's going to help.
And I accept that.
This is how I do it.
And I accept that. I'm just trying to point out that there is no way, in honest terms, to separate who a person is and what they believe from their actions in the larger world. The actions in the larger world, on some level, is the indication of what they actually believe and what they advocate for, and the things that they say.
Yes,
like,
that's true.
People may take on a persona of, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Jew, I'm a whatever. But it's what they do that ultimately matters and tells. I guess that's my issue with people like Kirk. I'm going to put this projection of Christianity out to the world. But the things that I say, the things that I do are very different than that model of Christianity that I'm projecting out to the world. That's all. But again, I don't say that to say he should be shot. He shouldn't. It's an outrageous act to murder the guy. It just is. So I agree with you.
We're all sinners, as we say in our Orthodox. We're all sinners, and if somebody's not, please throw a rock at me. So this is what it is. So this is what we have to be, and we have to question ourselves every day. And I agree upon this. We have to be humans, and our actions show who we are.
I accept that. I do accept that, and I agree with you. He shouldn't have been killed. Obviously, he shouldn't have been killed. And there have been some horrible points of view that have been uttered on social media. So yeah, I understand why you came in with that, making that strong statement of this is outrageous that they murdered the guy. Agreed. Let's get to our topic. I am super curious about what is taking place inside Ukraine right now, and I don't know if you have contacts that are still there, but I am very curious about because we don't really see inside. We only see what's taking place on the outside, and we see people like Zelensky and those type of people making statements. But for example, the foreign minister, Dmitry Kuleba, who at one point said, we're going to be fighting Russia with shovels if we need to, fled the country, as he said, quote, like a thief in the night, unquote. And his rationale effectively boiled down to Zelensky was going to pass a law that was going to forbid any political figures from leaving the country. And he thought that he was going to get killed if he stayed in the country, which is pretty astonishing. And this is on the heels of, what's the guy? Paraba. No, I can never pronounce his name. Parabi, thank you. The one that was killed by the grieving father, who effectively said he blames, if he could have got his hands on Poroshenko, he would have killed Poroshenko too. He blames him for the war and blames him for putting his kid into a press gang and sending his kid off to fight and die. And he hopes to be effectively traded for some Ukrainians in order to go and see if he can find his son's body in Russia. This seems like political chaos to me. And I'm wondering how much political chaos is there that is just being courted that we are unaware of because we don't necessarily see it inside the country. Why did Kuleba leave? Like, do you have any, because you've left also, and you left for the same reason, this idea of, I don't want to die. I'm taking an opposition to what this government is doing. I'm getting out. Kuleba is saying something very similar.
I left. I don't want to put myself in the line with Kuleba. He was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the head diplomat when this war started. He was the head diplomat when Zelensky came to power, basically, and he could have negotiated peace. He chose to get a gold parachute and be a Harvard fellow, alumni fellow, whatever he got after all this, after he left his post. So that's why he has to travel abroad, as he said.
Mhm.
I left because I was talking about peace from the beginning, for even years before this war ever started. And so there's a big difference. He could have stopped it. He could have resigned before, a day before, a week before this war or this conflict ever took place, and showed that something has to stop. But he stayed in his position, in his seat, until just recently, and provoked Russia with his statements, provoked this conflict to continue, pushed and propagandized war. As you said, we're going to go and fight with shovels the Russians if we need to, because we are so strong, Ukrainians, etc. So I fled. I don't want to just because I'm good or bad. No, I fled because I was supporting the opposite side
Right.
of the situation. And long before this proxy war ever started, I was on the other side. I was with peace, that we have to negotiate. We should stop any conflict, because Ukraine is going to be destroyed. It's going to be a battlefield. That's what my quotes were in 2020 and 2021, etc. So I've been talking about this for years before. So he had to leave.
These are two different people. That's your point. It's like, I'm nothing like that guy. That's your point.
Not just nothing like that. We even had different positions. He could have stopped. He had the power in his hands to at least come out and say no when it will start it. Like the same with Aristovich. He was in power. He was the propaganda guy, basically the face of the Zelensky administration regime when this conflict started. He left only when they understood 3 months within the war that they cannot beat Russia. There's not going to be a toppling of the regime in Russia. The people will not stand up in Russia and topple the government, legally elected government by President Putin. So he fled. He understood that. He was smarter maybe than anybody else, or had more courage or whatever, but Aristovich fled. But he also could have stopped it. The same with Kuleba. He had the hands. He could have resigned and said, no, people leave. There's going to be war. But he had his family leave, and all their families, the elites, left. But the people in Ukraine did not know that there was going to be a war. They were basically told everything's going to be okay. And then when the war started, the borders got closed, and everybody's right now being basically hijacked and using Ukrainians as a tool of manipulation and negotiations for more money and etc. So this is totally different. Kuleba then stated, after he fled right now, that he did not flee, that he's going to come back to Ukraine. So
did he? He said he fled like a thief in the night.
Yes, and then at the same time he came up with a post that he said he did not do that he's going to come back to Ukraine. So we're going to see what's going to happen with him. But from what I know, him, if he's going to come back or not, the situation in Ukraine, as I say, is a turning point in Ukraine, and it's been there for a long time. It's now continuing. The surrounding of Zelensky, Mindich, the oligarchs around him, are not in Ukraine right now. They have left Ukraine because their finances are outside of Ukraine, and they're not with Zelensky today. Shafir brothers, who were very close to Zelensky and were in his administration, and way basically the money, the money bag man guys for Zelensky's team, they have fled Ukraine. So you have to look at the more important people than Kuleba. Kuleba is just a guy within the team. He was there. He made a deal with the Americans, and he basically got a gold parachute ever since he left with the job.
That's why you think he left. He basically, I mean, he said he thought he was going to be killed.
Look, in Ukraine, you can get killed any day, any time, if the regime wants you to get killed, or somebody from outside of Ukraine who coordinates the Azov battalions, the radicals, wants you to get killed. But for Parubi, I believe it's. I don't want to be conspiracy theorists, but I believe that the Poroshenko team were responsible for his killings. He knew too much.
Really?
on the coup in Ukraine 2014. So I believe that there's a separate story to go into that. I believe that's what happened because Pro-B was involved with the shooters, not because there was a photo, but Pro-B was involved with coordinating the shooters and the radicals on Maidan during the coup of 2014. He was the one who coordinated the basically when the explosive devices, like the Molotov cocktails, were made in the trade unions building, and he coordinated all the bad stuff, together with Pashinsky, Turchinov, Avakov. I don't want to go into those names so people won't get crazy, but this is I'm just naming the people who were involved. And he was working one of them. He was a low level guy, but he was with them. Those other guys are oligarchs now and living abroad also because of the help of the United States. But Barbie was also working closely with the Jamestown Foundation in Washington, D.C. It's a former CIA think tank, which his people did internships there, and they came back to work for Power B when he was Speaker for the Parliament. So there's a connection to Power B on a separate level. That's why he got killed, and I do not believe that the guy that they took him as a killer, he's the killer. So
I mean, he said he did it.
I will take you to a basement and do stuff. They're going to admit that you killed Kennedy. So I can tell you how they're being tortured in Ukrainian prisons, that they will admit to anything there. So this is why Kuleba is talking about this, because that's what's really happening in Ukraine. People are getting killed, people are getting tortured, people can admit to anything they want. Plus, Kuleba supported the Nabu, which is against Zelensky. It's a personal insult to Zelensky, and he was afraid for his life. That's why he left. So there's this whole with Kuleba. It's a different story. He's just a weak parasite that just got off the wagon before anybody else did, and was smarter than anybody else.
I want to play this other. Yeah. No, please finish.
No. That's what I want to say. Yeah.
So there should be a bombshell video, even though it hasn't necessarily been making the rounds in U.S. media. I want to play it for you, and I want to get your take. They are in the video making the argument that Lindsey Graham was being paid off.
I saw that video. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Sirsky. Listen to what he says here. I mean, you can translate to make sure that the translation is correct first, foremost, but also give me your take on this. I mean, did you experience this? Did you see this when you were there?
I saw this video.
Договоренность была на другие объемы совершенно. Как так получилось? Теперь, что дали, далеко мы не уйдем, а они же хотят, чтобы вас вперешь. Слушай, насколько я знаю, Ренат все перевел, как договаривались. Объемы меня тоже расстроили. Гром обещал, что все порешается. С хозяином вроде на короткой ноге теперь. У меня еще свой вопрос в Штатах был. Он деньги взял и теперь морозится. Наверное, цену себе набивает, пока доступ к телу есть. Может, его доля не устраивает? Или он реально не может решить? Взял больше на этот раз. Вопрос не решил. И вообще в последнее время начал. Надо другие варианты.
So, just to be clear, he is effectively saying, and I believe this is Sirsky, is effectively saying Lindsey Graham got his share, took more, didn't deliver in what he said he was going to deliver, apparently weapons or whatever, and that Graham has been taking more than I guess he typically have taken. I mean, is the bribery this over?
Yes, I can tell you. I don't want to comment on the video itself. I have a lot of questions to it, like overall, knowing Yermak. That's Yermak and Sersky, so you have to understand that what they're trying to portray. So I don't know if the video is real or not. That's for the experts to decide. Mm-hmm. But knowing the information that's in the video, and I know what's happening on the ground in Washington and in Kiev, that's what they're talking about is true. A lot of, not just the Graham, but a lot of other ones are on the payroll through lobbyists, and millions of dollars are getting paid. Right now, a lot of it's in cryptocurrency, so you cannot even track it, are being paid to U.S. government officials to push this from the Ukrainian side from the Kiev
Mhm.
regime perspective, this war to continue for these guys to stay in power. Plus, the U.S. politicians, congressmen, senators, and other government officials are getting paid by the military-industrial complex. So they're getting a paycheck from both ends on this matter, and that's why they're so glorifying this war, because they're getting rich on this while people are dying. And as I said, I don't want to comment again on the video itself. I, the context of it is real. What is happening on the ground is real. Akhmetov is paying for this also. Akhmetov, I want to remind everybody, we've been talking about this for years now. He's been switched and is working for the MI6. The guy killed people in Donbass while he was a gangster in his times in the 90s, and he killed dozens of people. He has a huge mansion and an apartment in the center of London, in the same building where Zelensky has his apartment in London. That's where they're neighbors, Akhmetov and Zelensky in London. Plus, Akhmetov has a lot of stuff around Europe, and he has no problem going to these countries because he's working for the MI6. He sold off. And basically sold off the people of Donbass and went the other way and was financing the Azov battalions, the radicals, separately from the CIA, also trying to get a power point in the situation, because anybody who controls these radicals, they can use them to make money or drain other businesses or attack other businesses and take everything they want from them. So that's separate. But what they're talking about, Lindsey Graham, I know that he's on a payroll. I know that other people in the U.S. government are on a payroll to continue to push this war, and that they're on a payroll not just from the Kiev regime, which is paying them millions of dollars. And I can tell you more than even Hunter Biden made. And at the same time, they're getting paid from the U.S. military-industrial complex on official lobby business. So this is what we're seeing today. And unfortunately, the situation is that politics is money. And where there's money and politics, there's blood and war. And right now, that is what's happening. And I know that for a fact that right now the military in Ukraine is it's not equipped fully because they don't have the money. The money was given to the Kiev regime, it's stolen. It was stolen from the beginning. Now they're getting less, and they're stealing most of it. They're stealing it into their own pockets. They're dividing that money. It's coming back to the people who coordinate that in the U.S. So everybody's is getting involved in this, and everybody's getting paid. But the people and even the politicians who started this from Kuleba in Ukraine understand that Ukraine is done. Even the people within the Azov battalions understand Ukraine is done. They're selling out their goods, their apartments, because they need to leave the country. They understand the Ukraine today that we're seeing and we saw for the last 30 years, it failed in its independence, because it's not just because of the corruption, which is great in the Ukraine. It's one of the most corrupt countries in the world. My own country, that's what it's involved. You get off to close a criminal case within the prosecutor's office. In 2016, if it's political, $5 million. Not political, $1 million cash. You close a criminal case. That's what the price of it's worth. And there's corruption everywhere. But the problem is the corruption in Ukraine led to basically to selling off to Western deep state, the British deep state, the European deep state, the American deep state, the elites in Ukraine, and they sold off the country. Not to the Russians or to anybody else, because even though Russia's close, everybody's saying it's bad to have pro-Russian politicians, but it was natural and it was historic. It was always there. We were one country before. Why can we have pro-Russian politicians in our politics? But we had pro-American politicians 10,000 kilometers away within our politics, and nobody asked why.
Yeah.
Because it was all sold off. Because their money is in Swiss banks, German banks, French banks, British banks, American banks, and they want to keep it. Poroshenko wants to keep his money. Zelensky wants to keep his money. Yermak wants to keep his money. And they want to they want to own the West so they can continue working with them. Because that's, how Zelensky, how he thinks, it's like a movie for him. He's being treated as God in this situation, and he's making money on this, billions of dollars. So this is what it is, unfortunately. And a lot of people in Ukraine and elites who are not even part of it and understand that what is happening, it's done. So a lot of people in Ukraine, regular people, they say, we don't care which flag is going to fly over Kiev tomorrow. We want to live a normal life.
Yeah.
We want to get our life back. We want to live. We don't want war. We want this to stop. We lost. We didn't win. We understand that the propaganda got to us, and we just want to get our lives back. We understand we got that's what people are saying for me on the phone. I'm talking to a lot of different folks, and
Oh,
or the
basically,
people
we
reaching
want this
out.
over with. Yeah.
Yes, we said we don't want to care what flag flies over us. Ukraine, we lived good under Soviet Union. Why the hell did we choose this path? It led to nothing. We basically failed our independence. That's what the reality is, and it's my conclusion also.
I just want to be very clear, though. You're saying that there are various American political figures that when money goes to Ukraine, somehow they're getting a kickback from the money that is going into Ukraine, like they are themselves being paid off.
Yes, they're the ones. Zelensky's getting a percentage of it, but they're the ones who are basically the ones who are pushing for the financing of Ukraine right now. They're the ones who are getting the kickback, the big kickback from cashback from all this, and it's basically it's around 40%. I can tell you that from the amount that's being
somebody
sent.
else
Can you
made this
imagine?
argument.
That's the reality. 40% has been stolen.
Larry Johnson is a political figure here in the States. He used to be in the military.
He wrote an article about me a couple of years ago. I know Larry. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he made the same argument that effectively Lindsey Graham is being paid off, and if they look at him too hard, they'll be able to effectively find the corruption and the kickbacks that he's getting, which is part of the reason why he was so aggressive and pushing for the war and continuing the war as it stands.
Yes, nobody for free was going to do that. I can tell you. Nobody sane would just go around push for. Maybe some crazy people under propaganda, yes, but nobody, even Parubey, the neo-Nazi who got killed, shot in Kiev, in Lviv, he was there for the money. He was nobody before. He was like a local politician within. He got pushed by the diaspora and the outside from the United States to get a position. I know I got calls from the diaspora, the Ukrainians in the U.S. who fled from under the Nazi regime, who worked with the Nazis and fled to the U.S. They pushed for Parubey to come to politics, and but I can tell you that people who are sane and they're nobody going to do this for free, and that's why they're pushing this war. They're making money on this. That they lost the possibility of overthrowing Russia within the first 3 months. That's why our storage left, and then now they're just we're going to make money on this. We're going to stay in power. The same with Europe. As soon as they stop this war, the European elites will have to tell their people why the hell we got involved in this war from the beginning. Our economies are destroyed. So that's why, and they're making money on this on the side from what they're being financing, and plus they're staying in power. So it's a win-win situation for every one of them. That's why they need to continue this war. That's why so many people around President Trump are pushing them, even though his own position and his surroundings is against this war. They're pushing him to look the other way and look, oh, Russia's bombing Kiev. Well, look, everybody's ignoring the last 3-4 days before that when the Kiev regime was bombing the energy infrastructure in Russia, or bombing cities in Crimea, or basically terrorizing airports, and have basically people being terrorized and cannot leave for a couple of days because the drones are flying all over the place. Everybody's quiet about that, but no, Kiev and some drones flew into Poland. That's what the reaction. So we can see that it's being fed one-sided story only to the president of the United States, even though he wants to make peace, he wants to stop this. And if he saw the picture in both ways, it would be a different situation. And he needs to see the full picture to stop this. He needs to see who Ukrainians, these people in the Kiev regime are. He needs to see what real Ukrainians want to talk about, not what General Kellogg is telling him, who's also involved in this war, and his daughter is making money on this war from the beginning, from day one. But people who are on the ground really want peace and are saying what really is going on in Ukraine today, what the people in Ukraine want, not in Lvov or Nazi groups that are being financed by outside, but the regular people who who never I don't know, traveled to Egypt or to Turkey for vacation only a couple of times in their lifetime, and are staying and living in Kiev or the cities in Ukraine today. Go to the villages around Kiev or in central Ukraine. There's no men in villages. That's the reality.
Yeah.
Do you believe that those people want war and they believe they can win Russia? No. They want to stop the hell of this and finish this. And that's what Russia's saying. Stop this. Let's go in the terms that we started from the beginning, because we cannot just stop this and have this cancer growing with Zelensky and the Nazis and the CIA and Kiev running around doing shit against us. We have to clean this up, cut the tumor out, and then we can start again as a healthy body, try to live it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're been talking about, and nobody's listening.
Andrii, I'm listening, and yeah, I agree with you, man. Andrii Telizhenko, he is a Ukrainian whistleblower, former diplomat, and a good friend of the show. Thank you, Andrii. You be safe, okay?
Thank you, Jamal. Be safe. God bless to you all.
Have a good one, man. Thank you. All right, Andrii is a fantastic guest, and I see my two other guests, extraordinary men here. Gentlemen, how are you doing this morning? You doing okay?
Fair.
What do you say? Fair. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. We have Col Lawrence Wilkerson, Chief Dennis Fritz, and just to give a little bio, Dennis Fritz, he's a retired Command Chief Master Sergeant of the United States Air Force. He was former director of the Eisenhower Media Network, with the mission to promote peace, diplomacy over war. While on active duty, he served as a principal senior advisor for the 4-star commanders of Pacific Air Forces and Air Force Space Command. He also held additional duties as senior enlisted advisor to commander of North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD. He is author of the book, Deadly Betrayal, The Truth About Why the United States Invaded Iraq. And of course, we have Col Lawrence Wilkerson. He is former distinguished professor or visiting professor of government and public policy at the College of William & Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. He also taught for 6 years at the University Honors Program at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. He was also, and probably best known as, retired United States Army Colonel and former Chief of Staff to the United States Secretary of State, Colin Powell. I am very happy that both of you are with me, especially with the subject matter that we are confronting. First and foremost, thank you for joining me. I have to hit this subject first, since this was the first thing. I guess this happened yesterday, and there's an article that's piggybacking this that I really want to get your take on. So, of course, Qatar was hit, Doha specifically. I strongly suspect Donald Trump lured those leaders or Hamas political bureau in because they were effectively reviewing the documentation or the agreement that Donald Trump gave them. Donald Trump then piggybacked that with a huge amount of pressure, saying, you better take my deal, you better take my deal. They go to Doha, or they're in Doha, they're reviewing it, and all of a sudden they get a strike by Israel. It kills many, some of them survive. And of course, Qatar and the Prime Minister of Qatar is very upset over this, considering the severe violation to issues of sovereignty. Now, it is curious to me as to why Qatar thought they were different, which is one topic I want to get into. But I want to play this part of his speech after he got hit. And I want to get your take on this part of the speech, where he is effectively talking about retaliation and is even talking about the entire region should get involved in order to push back on, quote unquote, Israeli aggression. This is the Prime Minister of Qatar, and I'm going to let this play. It's slightly long, but it'll make sense.
Target its territories and will reserve the right to retaliate, and will take all the needed measures to retaliate. And under the directives of His Highness the Emir, the security of the city and the residents is our top priority. And based on that, as of tomorrow, God willing, we will review all the policies and the directives in order to deter such actions and measures in the future, so that it cannot happen again. And this will be also the committee will be headed by State Minister Mohammed Al Khalifi, who will take all the needed measures in order to retaliate and to respond to this attack, against this attack. The Israeli attack that took place today on in the state of Qatar. We can only call it as a state terrorism that is being exerted by someone like Netanyahu, given his attempts and his policies as he tries to threaten the regional security. This is only a clear message to the whole region. And this message says that there is one player, and there's also a disrespect to all the policies and also a violation to the sovereignty of all the countries and the states. Netanyahu said himself that he will reshape the Middle East. Does he mean that he's also going to reshape the Gulf region? I think that we have reached a decisive moment. There should be a retaliation from
right there. So I'm fascinated by that comment and by this statement in its entirety. We've been attacked. Netanyahu is saying he's going to reshape the Middle East. This also obviously includes the Gulf states. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the map of Greater Israel, but yes, it includes the Gulf states. The thing that I get with this, though, is the Gulf states have sat there and watched their Muslim Arab brothers get slaughtered, murdered, killed, starved, and raped in a brutal, vicious genocide that has gone on for 3 years. Qatar has helped pay for the destruction of Syria, which has allowed ethnic cleansing of Alawites, Christians, Druze, etc., by monsters that have effectively taken over and has run roughshod over that state. Qatar soft helped Israel as they bombed Iran, didn't have too many comments to say or anything much to say about the fact that they were doing so. And now they get hit after watching Lebanon being occupied, Syria being occupied, and they're shocked. And not just shocked. He's looking around saying, hey, we all now should get involved. Is anybody else going to get involved in this? Meaning, are any other Gulf states going to get involved to defend the integrity of Qatar? And then either one of you can answer this.
Well, Jamal, I'll start off if you're ready for this.
Please.
Got to get a little background here and a little history. And I'm not going to go back too far. I could go back to the assassination of Soleimani in Iraq in Trump's first term.
Yes.
But I'm going to go back to what Gilbert Doctorow just talked about on Judge Napolitano's show, and I think is pretty reputable information. And Doctorow reported, without mentioning names, on a conversation he had recently with a German parliamentarian who has spent a lot of his life for Germany in Iran. And this is the story that Doctorow conveyed to Napolitano's audience. What happened when we did the notoriously violative of international law and all humanity, in my mind, attack on Iran, it was a consequence of this. Bibi Netanyahu got on the phone with Donald Trump and told him that he was about to launch a nuclear weapon on Iran's nuclear facilities. Whether it was a bluff to get the action that followed, or whether it was reality, no one will ever know. But what Donald Trump did was tell him, don't do that, I'll take care of it for you. Thus, fast forward to the B-2 bombers and all the rest that dropped bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities. We also accompanied that bombing, and I knew this myself, with a warning to Iran that the attacks were coming. Thus, they were able to move most of the critical elements from Natanz, Fordo, and elsewhere, Isidore, and preserve them. And they had little loss of life, and the bombing was really quite feckless. It was a demonstration of American power, if you will, but it was really quite feckless. Fast forward to this one. Bibi Netanyahu does not want these negotiations in Doha, or anywhere else for that matter, to succeed. Bibi wants to continue the war and kill every single solitary Palestinian man, woman, child, beast, whatever he can before any kind of end. And he wants to destroy Hamas utterly, which of course he's failing at demonstratively. And so he's got to double down and triple down on that strategic objective. He's never going to achieve it, but he's got to act like he's going to. Furthermore, as you pointed out in your question, he wants more than just Gaza. He wants the West Bank. He wants Jerusalem whole for a new Israeli Jewish temple built on top of the third or fourth holiest site in Islam, the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And he wants Syria, and he wants much more than just the Golan Heights, and he wants Lebanon, and he will proceed apace to get that. So let's just look at this one. First of all, there is no way Israeli strike aircraft, or missiles for that matter, could enter Qatari airspace without the United States knowing. No way, period. So we either did what I'm hearing we did. I have no real confirmation of this from DOD, but I'm hearing this from reliable sources. We put up a combat air patrol, actually. We didn't put up fighters or anything like that. That would have been too obvious. We put up some ash and trash aircraft who flew around in circles and made sure that the airspace was safe for Israel to enter it. Not only that, we probably expedited what was happening with regard to targeting and with regard to the flight paths over other people's territory and that sort of thing. So we were complicit. There's no question in my military mind that we were complicit, just as I described we were majorly complicit in the heinous strike in the middle of negotiations on Iran. So how did this happen becomes my question as a member of the military who knows how the system works. I mean, I'm talking about having practiced it myself for at least 10 years when I crossed into lieutenant colonelcy and then colonelcy. Here's how it works. You either give the unified command commander, in this case, the central command commander, permission to act within an envelope of concept, and you don't challenge him as long as he's acting within that envelope, or you micromanage him. You give him command and direction for everything he does, no matter what it is, no matter how small. I suspect that the former is what has been given to the central command commander just based on the situation there and our interest in it. And let me back up and tell you my thoughts again about who's poodle. Israel does not control the United States. The United States controls Israel for its colonial purposes in the Levant, period. So put that as a backdrop. We're orchestrating everything. Now, the question becomes, in a military sense, a tactical, operational sense, did the unified command commander, the central command commander, forward in the region, did he order this complicity and maybe back brief Pete Hegseth and get tentative approval, or maybe even not with that? Or did Donald Trump or Hegseth or both of them actually communicate to the central command commander that within the system, they were to do what they could to protect the strike? In any way you couch it, we were complicit, regardless of the president's apologies or seeming apologies. And they might indicate another problem with the system, and that is that the president was expressing genuine surprise and anger because he didn't know. That's the sum of it.
That's even worse, if that's true. I mean, it follows Trump's MO, I guess is my point. And Chief Fritz, I want to bring you in on this. I mean, if you remember with Soleimani was going to peace talks when they murdered him. Iran was in peace talks when they bombed Iran and they tried the decapitation strike. And here we are again, Hamas, peace talks, and another strike. I have a hard time believing Trump wasn't in on it. And Trump didn't know, considering this just seems to be his MO. Chief Fritz, give me your take on this.
Jamal, can you hear me okay? Since I haven't spoke yet. Okay, good. Well, let me do this. As I've mentioned before in the past, I can give you assumptions, opinions, and facts. And let me just give you a couple facts first. One, let's all remember, which happened to be today, where we're honoring those that passed away on 9/11. Let's remember that date, and let's remember October the 7th. Larry alluded to, hey, I won't give you a lot of history, but he said that we somewhat Bibi Netanyahu and his plans. Well, this goes all the way back to 9/11. You alluded to my book, Daily Betrayal, The Truth of Why We Invaded Iraq. Larry mentioned that Bibi warned us or pressured us to hate he would use a nuclear weapon. Trump said, don't do that. We'll take care of that. When 9/11, it gave us the rationale and justification to go in to Iraq. Why? That's something that Bibi Netanyahu has always wanted to do. Larry laid out his ambitions. These ambitions have always existed. You can hear it in Bibi's own words as he's presented himself to our Congress many times. This has always been his goal. So back during a Bush administration, George W. Bush, that administration said, Bibi, we'll take care of this. Bibi has always wanted to go in, as Larry alluded to, and just destroy, kill, maim, and put all those people in displacement. We said, no, we can't do that. The Iraq war was based on Bibi's ambitions. We will not go in and just arbitrarily kill every Palestinian, anybody who got in our way. What we will do, we will go after those countries, those ones that are resisting us. When you talk about the Gulf nations, that they think they were immune from this. We were going to go after those countries that are resisting us and their leaders. Saddam, Iraq, Assad, Syria, the Ayatollah in Iran. Well, guess what? 2 of the 3 are gone. We didn't go in and just brutally kill innocent women and children as being done by Bibi, which he's always wanted to do. But we did kill innocent Iranians. More importantly, innocent Iraqis. Killed many of those, destroyed their infrastructure. So these are facts. This is something Bibi has always wanted to do, and he's doing it now. Now, Larry is, he's always said that, hey, it's the United States that's pushing the buttons. Well, as I've told Larry, and I'll tell others, Larry truly believes that. He somewhat has me convinced. I will tell you, as I've stated before, there's no doubt in the beginning when we helped create the first country to actually recognize Israel as a state, if you will. That was our goal, to be able to control the Middle East. Now what I think has happened, we have one Bibi Netanyahu who's always felt he's the Messiah of Israel that gotten out of control, and we can't control him. He knows how to push our buttons and threaten us, if you will. Hey, I'm going to use a nuclear weapon against Iran. Hey, I'm going to go in and destroy the entire Palestinians. Whoa, no, you can't do that. So I think we have a person that's gotten out of control. I think he will run over any country. No country in the Middle East is immune from him. And I think we don't know how to control Bibi Netanyahu. Now, it goes back to this question, how much does Trump know? Well, Trump is no different than any other president. Bibi ran over all our presidents. So that's what I will tell you for a fact. Now, the assumptions and opinions, I don't know who knew what and when. I don't know that. We can only assume. Only those that were in the office, that were in the situation room, or who were in the tank in the Pentagon knows the truth right now. Hopefully one day that will come out.
Mm-hmm. So apparently, from my understanding, the Gulf states have started to, I guess, on some level feel trapped. They thought they were secure, meaning they thought that, hey, we're paying money for the stuff that happened elsewhere. We didn't realize that we were not protected in the context of Israel bombing our countries also. Trump hit the prime minister on the head, told him, hey, don't worry about it. It's not going to happen again. And of course, you have to take the word of a man who lured people in to be murdered as, your security blanket in this case. An article came out of the New York Times, I believe it was the Times, that asked this question about the Saudis and the UAE, Qatar, effectively saying, we clearly are not safe from Israel at this point. And the U.S. is not going to protect us, meaning the money that we pay to the U.S. for protection doesn't include Israel. We are fair game also. What can they do about this, though? I mean, they've locked themselves into this kind of relationship with the United States. A, are they going to respond? And if not, how do they prevent this from happening again?
Hey, let me just say one statement, and then I'll let Larry take this on, but I can just say this real quickly. There's
Yeah.
something, I don't know if we were with you, Jamal, or somebody else, but there's something I will tell you that's been happening. What's going to happen? We're going to push more countries towards Russia and China. And it's been stated in the past by a lot of experts, we're going to slowly be the isolated state, if you will, the isolated country. So what's going to happen? What can they do? We're going to slowly push them, like other countries, towards Russia and China. Mark my word on that.
Colonel Wilkerson, are they going to be too freaked out to do that? Meaning, are they so dependent on the U.S. for their very existence, as Trump mocked Saudi Arabia one day, that they will be willing to make that transition in the way that some of these other countries are?
Well, there's no question that Riyadh and to a lesser extent the other Gulf Cooperation Council countries have been exploring the possibilities. Riyadh in particular has been exploring the possibilities with both Russia and China. As Colin Powell used to say, and he sometimes would actually look at Bandar, Prince Bandar, who was then the long-serving ambassador for Saudi Arabia to Washington, and say, isn't that right? You know, you will bet on a lot of horses, and then when you see who's going to win, you shift your money to the winner.
Right.
Smile from Bandar, but that was really Colin Powell's appreciation of the way the Saudis operated, always looking at the money side of everything and looking at the House of Saud and their control over what is a restive Arab population in other respects. But all that said, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. And I don't think it's going to happen precipitately. It's going to take a lot more of U.S. malfeasance, if you will, before they abandon the horse they know for the horses they don't know. Look at what Saudi Arabia has invested in the United States right now. It's huge. And what they get from us in return for that. I think the situation is probably going to be a little more fraught with tactical moves in the next few months, the most important of which will be strategic and obviate all those plans for the tactical moves. And that is a war with Iran. Because as Dennis said, this plan is unfolding more or less in accordance with the neoconservative, ultra-right-wing Christian fundamentalists, dispensationalists who are now allied with the neoconservatives. And they're allied with the globalists who want Israel to continue to do what it's doing in order to change the entire complexion of the Levant, the entire complexion. Oh, no, I don't mean to say just for nothing, in order to protect the huge fossil fuel reserves in that region. Right now, Iraq is poised to surpass Saudi Arabia in terms of production capacity. The only thing stopping them at present is money and the ability to build out their infrastructure. They have more oil. So it's still about the same old game of Persian Gulf oil, but it's also about other things like what Dennis just described, this clean break strategy, this strategy for the Levant that has been implemented for so long now, hasn't finished yet. And Iran is the next target. And Bibi is on track, both politically and militarily. He's losing politically. At any minute, he could be unseated. And he's losing militarily. And he's doubling down, tripling down on this defeat against Hamas and other powers in the region simply because he has no other place to go. Where does he have a place to go that will be existential for Israel and perhaps even for the empire? And that is Iran, the last and final target of consequence for this strategy, which is still being implemented. Donald Trump, notwithstanding, it's still being implemented. If he goes to war with Iran, all bets are off for Israel's survival of that, because Iran is now prepped to the maximum to destroy Israel conventionally, not nuclear, conventionally. And guess what? They have in their back pocket now Moscow 100%, and they have China standing behind Moscow. The systems that are going into Iran right now are state of the art. They are the best the Russians and Chinese can offer, and the training is going on 24/7. It'll be a disaster for Israel. And then comes the consequence, because Trump will find once again that he can't say no to Bibi. and we will go into Iran. Why? Not because Bibi has led us. Yes, tactically he has, but because that's what these people want to do. They want to finish the strategy by taking down the regime in Iran. And if it has to be with military force, so be it. And Bibi will open that avenue and we will follow him right into it. And I think that's probably a 10-year war, the consequences of which will make Iraq and Afghanistan combined look like child's play. And we'll come out of that with a disappearing empire par excellence. It will be the end of our presence in the Middle East.
Wait, so just to be clear, do you think this is boots on the ground also? When you say war, you mean full-blown?
That's the only way you're going to do it. We'll try air power first. We'll fly to Al Udeid. We'll fly off carriers in the northern Indian Ocean. We'll put everything we possibly can in there, but it won't do it. Jamal, the whole history of air power says all you do is piss people off. And you make them more productive rather than less productive. Go back and look at the studies of the 8th Air Force bombing Germany. The factories were more productive rather than less productive as a consequence of the bombing because they moved underground, made them almost safe, and continued production, tripled and quadrupled production. Or if you want to look at another example, look at what the strategy in World War II really was. It wasn't daylight precision bombing to reduce German industrial capacity. That was the camouflage. What the strategy really was for, we know now from some historians who've done some really good work, and it's a brilliant strategy if you think about it, was to bring the Luftwaffe up to counter our bombers, particularly when we got the B-51 that could accompany them all the way to Germany, the deepest targets, and destroy them, destroy the Luftwaffe. And what happened? And this was the strategy. When we invaded Europe, one of the reasons we kept postponing, when we invaded Europe in 1944, there was hardly any German Air Force to contest our invasion.
Right.
Probably would have failed if there'd been a massive German Air Force to oppose it. But we destroyed them in the airs over France and Germany in the daylight precision bombing raids that they came up to oppose, and we destroyed the Luftwaffe. This is all sort of coming to light now after historians have had a chance to look at things a lot more closely and to examine strategies and techniques and tactics and so forth. But we're looking at the same thing with Iran. We're not going to defeat them with air power. So what's the follow-on, Jamal? The only follow-on that makes any sense is to put troops on the ground and march across Iran and try to really destroy their nuclear facilities, because the bombing is not going to do it. If you can't do it with B-2s flying over with huge bombs, you're not going to do it with conventional bombing. And you might just force them in the consequence to make that fateful decision. And I think they could do it in a week or 2 weeks to make a bomb. And then we're off to the races for sure, because we've got 2 nuclear armed states with nuclear weapons that unquestionably will probably hurl them at one another. And we're in the middle of it. This is a recipe for imperial disaster, Jamal.
Hey, Jamal, let me just give you another fact to add on to what Larry said. And I thank you for promoting deadly betrayal. And that's how I got on this crusade. You know, in Iraq, based on a lie on behalf of Israel, 4,500 U.S. military men and women died in that war based on a lie on behalf of Israel. I laid out in deadly betrayal what Larry just alluded to. Iran was saved for last. That was a fact. They're the last piece of that puzzle. The Israelis wanted us to go after Iran first. But once again, we said, no, 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 no. Why we didn't want to go after them first? Because we knew it would be as difficult as Larry has just mentioned. Now, when you asked about boots on the ground, Larry said, hey, that's the only way we're going to be able to get rid of Iran. Now, why did we save Iran for last? Well, because of the fact that Saddam, as some said, was hated in his country. You know, we could bring them together. You know, remember they said, oh, we'll be welcomed, you know, when we go into Iraq. Assad, well, we had a strategy. You know, we could possibly, you know, cause a civil war, which happened. Fact, it happened. Assad is gone. Now with Iran, yeah, they may not like their leadership, but they love their country. And we knew that they would come together. It wouldn't be as easy as going in and taking out Saddam, who they thought was hated. You know, they had folks that really Saddam had to be a dictator, if you will, to keep the Shias. It was predominantly Shia, and Saddam and the group that were leading them was Sunnis. And so they felt they had a fair chance. We can go ahead and take out Saddam. We had a regime change policy that was really done under the Clinton administration. So we had all the justification in the world, but we still didn't do it until, guess what, 9/11. Now, with that said, the people of Iran, as we saw with the attack, we were fearful of this going back in those days, that they would come together. And yes, they did. And so the Iranian people will come together. And it's going to be hard. And the only way to do it is boots on the ground. And as I mentioned, the reason I wrote my book and got on this crusade, 4,500 military men and women died in the Iraq war. Imagine boots on the ground, a larger country, a mountainous country, how many of our military personnel will die in a war that would be based on a lie talking about a nuclear weapon, which they don't have, which Larry said now, as I've been on record saying, I don't blame them. It'll be prudent for them to build one now, to be quite frank with you. But imagine us putting boots on the ground in Iran. That 4,500 will be doubled and tripled. And oh, by the way, I've been convinced now, Jamal, I'm going to just give you a credit again that, hey, we can blow up one of those carriers out there. Well, I've been convinced now that, yeah, they can. And oh, by the way, that's approximately, 4 or 5, I know at least 4,000, up to 6,000 people on one of those carriers. Think if one of those were hit. So I'm on this crusade. I'm having a tough time. I'm not winning right now to stop us from a full-fledged war in Iran. But it looks as though we're headed that way.
How do they expect to get, 1 million men into position to get to Iran without being hit by long-range weapon fire? I mean, if they're building up somewhere, certainly they know Iran is going to respond. They're not, well, I don't know what Pezeshkian, to be honest. He may just sit there and wait. But all things being equal, if they have any sense in them, they would hit those troops the moment that it becomes clear that the United States is trying to build up, right? Or what am I missing something?
Let me just make a comment before Larry jump in on that. And yeah, you're right. It took some time to build the forces to go into Iraq. And as I've stated, and it's in the book, Saddam didn't really believe we would attack. And so that gave us, that time to be able to get all the forces in place. And by the time he realized that we were serious, he sent a team to reach out, in fact, to a guy, Richard Pearl, to say, hey, listen, we'll give you anything you want, mining rights, whatever you want to not attack us. But no, the neocons and their plan was already in place, and they attacked Iraq. I don't think we will have that surprise now with Iran. I really don't. And so I think it would be stupidity, if you will. That's why I'm on this crusade. But look who we have as a SecDef right now. Okay? Look who we have as a SecDef right now. Look at this entire administration. Our only hope will be if the military leadership will put a stop to this. That's the only way. That is the only way. Because the administration is in place to do whatever Trump wants to do, or the administration in place that are big supporters of the neocons and the Zionist lobbyists in our United States of America. You look at Rubio, he's bought and paid for. He wants to be president one day. You look at Hegseth. I mean, there's just no hope in our administration and the National Security Council we have in place today.
Colonel Wilkerson, how would they even do this? Where would these troops be stationed? Where would they initiate?
Well,
I guess the build-up, because the build-up will have to take place. They can't attack with, 5,000 guys. How would this even work?
We have the largest troop input, troop processing, forward movement facility in the world in Kuwait. Still there from when we did what Dennis just said. But let me reemphasize what Dennis just said. Took us 6 months, and we had a far better, infinitely better military at that time. But it took us 6 months. We rotated National Guard units through the National Training Center in California before we would let them go. We even flunked one and wouldn't let it go. It was from Georgia. And Sam Nunn raised up and said, "You can't do that." And Powell said, "I just did it." And we substituted a Texas National Guard unit and sent them to Barstow to get their training. 6 months. And 625,000 people in the ultimate coalition, including the French, the Syrians, the Egyptians. We had a huge army. Could Saddam have hit it? He didn't really have the facilities with which to hit it, other than Scud missiles and maybe a few pilots who probably would have taken off and flown the other way because they weren't about to go after those forces. They were well protected in the marshalling areas. We do not have any of that today, period. We do not. We don't even have an army or a Marine Corps that would be big enough to marshal. And who, Jamal, with Europe falling apart right now, Macron just lost his government, with Europe falling apart, with NATO falling apart, who is going to follow us this time? It's going to be us. And maybe those perfidious British who put 10,000 troops in there. And we will be alone. And you say, where will we marshal? Well, if we marshal in the same spots we did for that one, Iran will destroy us, and maybe Iraq too.
Yeah,
they all join in. You know, what we'll do is we'll do a typical U.S. amphibious operation, putting Marines ashore with soldiers to follow, and that's it. I war planned in those Zagros Mountains in the 70s and the 80s. I know how difficult that terrain is. I know that is the terrain that almost killed Alexander the Great. That is rough terrain. It's 5.5, 6 times as big as Iraq. It's 90 million people as opposed to 26 million. It's not a desert you can fly over and find targets and shoot everybody in sight. It's not a place conducive to our type of warfare like Iraq was because of the desert and such. Our tanks in Iraq, Jamal, outrange Iraq's tanks by 1,000 meters. The Abrams could go along at full speed and target the T-72 in the distance at, 2,800, 3,000 meters even, and PK of about 95%, blow them up. It got so bad the Iraqi tanks, when they saw us coming, ran the other way, and then we hit them with air power. So this is not going to be the same war. It's going to be an utter disaster. And guess what? If we try to go to conscription, you see what Congress is doing right now with the selective service system? They're trying, and they're just a vote or two short right now to eliminate the selective service system altogether, to not have it, period. They won't even talk about putting women in the selective service system, which should have been a long time ago. But this Defense Department is certainly not disposed to do that. So where are you going to get your troops? The 18 to 24-year-olds, the moment you announce a draft, if you can, they're going to go to Mexico or Canada. They're not about to get in this business. Exactly what Dennis said. They're going to die for nothing. They're going to die for Bibi Netanyahu. They're going to die for the Levant. They're going to die for oil in the Levant. No, the rat's out with regard to that. Look at the surveys the Army conducts of these young people and what they say why they want to enlist. So, Jamar, I've just touched the surface. We're looking at an absolute imperial disaster if we do this.
Yeah. Hey, let me just add to that, Jamal, going back to that history. We have less trained forces now as well. And I got to tell you, we abused the Guard and Reserve. We could have won that war if we did win in Iraq if it wasn't for the Guard and Reserve. We extended them on active duty longer than what we should have. We abused the Guard and Reserve. And likewise, on the active duty force, to understand, I'll just break it down in plain language. When their enlistment was up at the time, we involuntarily extended the active duty past their time of separation to keep them in this war. That's what we did to the troops back during the Iraq war. What will we do to them now? And once again, that is why I'm on this crusade. Now, let me just mention, I said the only thing that could probably save us from this stupidity, if it was decided to do this, I said, I hope our military, our Joint Chiefs of Staff, raising Cain, and those that he's leading could put a stop to this. But the other, which I was pleasantly surprised to see, I think today, that there was a repeal vote in the House about the what is it called, the authorization use of force that we put in the president's hand to go to war at any time. So I don't know if y'all saw that, but I think there was a vote today that came out of the House. Surprisingly, it passed. Majority Democrats, but as you know, a lot of Republicans had to come in. They had to present it, and so if that goes over to the Senate, I think the last time, it stalled for a while in the Senate. But so that could save us too. Maybe there's some folks in the Congress that now they're getting some sense in their head. But I think there was a vote to repeal the authorization use of force that puts it only in the president's hand to go to war.
Well, I guess the last question on this is other countries. I mean, do you see this? Iran is integral to anything that Russia and China is trying to create in regards to this kind of new world. Do you see them getting pulled into it, or do you see them just giving resources? Like, meaning, does it rise to the level of national security for Russia specifically? China is always a little bit more, less inclined. But do you see this rising to the level where they would get further ensconced or involved? Or do you see them just giving Iran assistance in order to kind of drag the U.S. into their own Vietnam, but not necessarily directly militarily getting involved?
Jamal, let me give you a really pointed answer to that. You know my theory. My theory is that power is leaving the West and going to the East.
Yes.
And it is demonstrably so in terms of Russia, China, and to a certain extent now India. But I'm going to hold this up. You can't, your viewers can't see it that well, but look at the railroads. This is a picture, and it's older. It's about 7, 8 years old. So it's much more advanced than this. But all of these railroads go from China through Russia, or from China through the Caucasus and Central Asia to places like Warsaw and Berlin, and points east of that even, and points west of that even. This is the new world.
Yeah.
One of these goes all the way to Iran and all the way up the Persian Gulf, which is very much being contested right now, and we're worried like hell about it, and changes the entire dynamic of world productive goods, where they originate and where they go and how they go. Putting all of this on land changes a whole strategic picture too, because who dominates still pretty much the international oceans? The U.S. Navy. Right. How do you avoid the U.S. Navy? You go by rail over land. And oh, by the way, over land by rail is a lot cheaper than going by sea, especially when you have to go through things like the Red Sea and the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal or whatever. China and Russia and India now are all interlinked by these railroads, which are flowing north, central, south central, and southern through all these other countries, and taking China's produce, which is the major produce in the world now, to all manner of places, including Western Europe. They are interested. That's my answer to your question. They are very interested.
And let me just add, when you say China, would it be in their national security interest? And I was going to say it in one word, and Larry just laid it out. It will be in China's economic interest, not only what Larry just laid out, but for all purposes too, for China. In regards to Russia, well, as you know, Iran has helped Russia in their war with Ukraine, providing weapon systems. And so during the last attack by Israel, from what I'm told now, I'm giving you an assumption that Russia was willing to help Iran, but Iran said, no, we got this. We got this. We got this. And so now, if it should happen again, I think Iran will take that support and help. Now, with that said, also, China traditionally is a non-interventionist country. Yes. But I think that in some ways, maybe will it be political support, the United Nations or any other way, so maybe providing material support. I think China will do that, but I think Russia would go as far as actually, providing whatever they need.
Gentlemen, this has been a fantastic conversation, and I appreciate you both giving it your very good at explanations and everything else, and I deeply appreciate it, honestly. It's terrifying on some level because it seems that the U.S. is about to get embroiled into a larger Middle Eastern conflict again, not learning from the last one where we spent, what, $10 trillion in order for Afghanistan aid to be taken back by the Taliban, and for Iraq to try to kick us out over and over again, vote after vote after vote that we fundamentally ignore. But we'll see. Hopefully.
Well, remember, as in Iraq, the 4,500 military men and women that were killed, and also likewise in Afghanistan, the 1,000 that were killed there, and then the millions of combined of the Afghanistans and the Iraqis that died based on lies on behalf of Israel.
And without consequence.
Let me throw an optimistic note out there. It might be really, really far stretched, but I want to throw it out there. Donald Trump could ensure his place in history, positive place in history, if he stops this. If he says there will be no war with Iran, then you got to worry about Bibi, because I think he will go rogue at that point and he will start it. But that's Israel. And we lose our attack dog in the Levant. But losing that attack dog in the Levant and maybe keeping some of our other allies in the region is better than going down with Bibi in Iran. So if Trump has that instinct, if he has that instinct and the courage to do that at the last minute, as it were, we could salvage the situation.
And if he did that, I will support his Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, me too.
From your mouth to God's ears. I'll just say it that way.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you for this. We have Command Chief Dennis Fritz, retired Command Chief Master Sergeant of the United States Air Force, former Director of the Eisenhower Media Network with the mission to promote peace and diplomacy over war. You can get his book, which is fantastic. The guest that I have coming on now has raved about it, Sarah Bils. It's called Deadly Betrayal, The Truth About Why the United States Invaded Iraq. And we also have Col Lawrence Wilkerson. He's the former Distinguished Visiting Professor of Government and Public Policy at the College of William & Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. He is probably best known as a retired United States Army Colonel and former Chief of Staff to United States Secretary of State Colin Powell. Extraordinary men. You guys have a fantastic day. Be safe.
Thanks for having us.
Bye-bye. All right. That was a great conversation, actually. I appreciate both of these guys for coming on. Let me bring on somebody else who I deeply appreciate for joining me, the one and only Sarah Bils. Sarah Bils is the creator, editor, DD Geopolitics, a fantastic channel. Like I said, I get to see you guys on Twitter more than anything else. You guys have a rolling thread of news that is up to date, usually very accurate. Thank you for that. And I know you're not doing it just for me, but I still appreciate it nonetheless.
It is. It's just for you.
It's just for me. It's like, oh, they put out another post for me. How you doing this morning? You doing okay?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm dragging a bit of ass, but I'm okay. All things being equal. It's been a good show, so that's the only thing I can ask for. And I appreciate it being a good show. Also, YouTube demonetized my video, and I won the appeal. So,
oh, okay.
Audience can applaud that. I was freaked out by it, to be honest. After I put in for the appeal, I thought to myself, wait a minute, you got some heavy shit in that video. It's like people getting killed in that video. And I was like, all right, how can I pull back that appeal? Because then I get paranoid, right? It's like, are they going to get pissed off that I put in for way too much inside baseball? I went in and cut out certain parts of that video because they were that bad. It was like a guy getting beat and dragged through the streets, bloodied. There was another woman that got burned alive. I was like, okay, let me take this shit out the video because there is no way this is going to pass the thing. But it passed, so I can't complain. The day's gone well. I'm glad that you could join me. I'm always happy that you can join me. I guess the first thing to hit has to do with Poland. So just for the audience, I don't know if the audience have seen this just because the Charlie Kirk stuff has been very loud. If you're on social media, Charlie Kirk is pretty much everywhere. You don't even see the stuff that's taking place elsewhere in the world. But several Russian drones, seemingly decoys, ends up flying into Ukraine. I'm sorry, flying through Ukraine after a massive bombing raid and ends up going into Poland.
Right.
Poland flips out. Apparently, they have no air defense or very little air defense. And so they had to scramble F-35s to effectively go and hunt down decoy drones that eventually fell to Earth where no explosive material was found in the drones. Russia put out a statement effectively saying there were no military targets in Poland. Now, that's not saying it's not our drones, right? This is kind of a backhanded way of saying, look, we weren't trying to hit you.
Right.
Obviously, if we were, we don't use drones without any kind of explosive warheads to do so. Right. These drones with a massive attack apparently just went off course. Poland called Article 4, and there are two main things on my social media today. Charlie Kirk and all of these people screaming at Donald Trump, saying, you're betraying our allies. Poland has been attacked. Poland has been attacked. You're betraying our allies. All right. And I'm looking at these people like, you guys have lost your minds. What are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to activate Article 5? Is that what you're trying to do? And you're trying to get Europeans fed to the Russians? Are you trying to get Donald Trump put into it? Where do you think this hysteria is coming from? And what do you think the point of this hysteria that is coming from Europe and people in the United States that seem to be coordinating their actions on this whole thing of Donald Trump is betraying our NATO allies and letting the Russians attack a NATO ally?
Well, you have to remember the same day as that the attack or the errant drones occurred, Poland was announced $46 billion in military aid. And the reasoning was for Russian aggression. So they need to play up the Russian aggression, and this is not the first time that drones or errant projectiles have gone into Polish airspace. It's happened before on both sides. So it was their reaction that, they really played up that sort of narrative. Obviously on the same day that they negotiated that contract. It's under the SAFE, S-A-F-E program that they're getting that $46 billion.
Yeah.
And so they also need to play it up to keep other people engaged, right? Poland is the NATO darling. They have been for some time. And if Poland's sovereignty is at stake in their storyline, then that gets more people activated. It's interesting how it was handled. Honestly, I was watching it and I was like, wow, this is incredibly weird. I was watching the drones, obviously.
Yeah.
But they, even in the Western media, even here, people are reporting on it as, or just talking about it as Russian attack drones deliberately violated Polish airspace. And I'm like, they weren't attack drones.
They were decoys.
Yeah, I'm like, you can see them. They're empty. They're made out of like plywood. They're like fiberglass empty drones. It's
like they've attacked us with these decoys
that
we couldn't even take down because we don't have any air power to take these things down.
Yeah, it's frustrating because you're standing there like you feel like you're screaming underwater because everybody's dead set. This has to be a Russian attack on it. And even with people that I like find very rational, I was like, come on, this. And they're like, are you serious? Of course Russia would attack them that day. I'm like, Russia would not open up a European war. What are we talking about?
Do they think that Russia would do? Like Putin has been like, God, man, these narratives are so insane. Putin has bent over backwards to avoid a war with Europe. He has bent over backwards to do it. And this is against people who are far more hardliners. Putin wouldn't even kill Zelensky, for God's sake, right? He wouldn't even go after decision-making centers in the real sense of the word. Why on earth would he randomly send decoys into Poland? And why would any rational person say that this is Putin attacking Poland with decoy drones? I mean, it's absurd. And to make it even more ludicrous, it seems that they've given so much of their air defense to Ukraine that they couldn't even take the drones down. Like one of the countries is sending helicopters apparently to help them take down drones. They screamed at Article 4. Thankfully, they had enough sense to not call it Article 5. And Article 4, of course, hey, we should talk about this. Okay, you need an article for that? We should get together and talk. It's utterly bizarre. And keep in mind, they did this once before, if you remember, where Ukraine fired those drones into Poland. They hit two farmers. Or no, they were deflected, of course. They're air defense.
Yeah.
hit 2 farmers, killed the 2 farmers. God, man, can you imagine dying for some stupid shit like that? And initially the thought was, okay, are they going to blame the Russians? And considering the way that Europeans have lied about this war, they very well could have, but they backed away from that stove. Yeah, I agree. I guess to me, this is more along the lines of we need to keep daddy into the war or keep daddy involved.
I think so. Even the story with Belarus. So we know Belarus called Poland, let them know, like, hey, these drones are off course because of electronic warfare. Even Poland has acknowledged this phone call. Belarus also shot some down because they were errant drones.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure that Belarus also let Russia know, like, your drones are out of control. I'm shooting them down. And so they shot them down. And Poland is now twisting, well, netizens, I shouldn't say Poland themselves, people online are now twisting that narrative to say Belarus is standing up to Russia. And they're helping out Poland. I even saw some comments that were like, we're closest with Belarus in customs and language. We should just stick with them. And I'm like, if you stick with them, you're sticking with Russia. What are you talking about? What do you think? They shot down some drones because out of nowhere they decided we're going to break all of our agreements and friendship clauses with Russia to shoot down errant decoy drones for Poland? It's crazy.
What is it? Mark Twain says, truth, a lie gets around the world before truth puts on its boots. And, you know, it's not like they care about what's true. In their minds, we don't want daddy to leave. And you know what? I think also, and I haven't heard this from anywhere, and that's probably because I just haven't looked. But Donald Trump's, the new security assessment that the Pentagon is coming up with, that was written by Eldridge Colby, the China hawk, crying over his typewriter as he writes that the U.S. should pull away from China and from Russia. And if anybody has seen that article where they're like, the U.S. wants to pull away. Now, this is the first reading of it. They can always change it, adjust it, update it, and everything else. And by the way, just to be clear, I don't believe the U.S. is pulling away. I think the U.S. just wants to have a diversification of resources. Like, hey, we need you to do that. China, we need you to, we need the Philippines, Australia, South Korea. We need you to die for the dignity of America. We need you to be a sponge for those missiles that are going to come in from China. Israel, we need you to handle the Israel thing. Meaning, the U.S. may want to physically pull back on some level, but for all intents and purposes, it still wants to run the world through its vassals. But if you're Europe and you see that report, what do you think in this moment? And does that, on some level, create a level of hysteria for Ursula von der Leyen making that speech about militarization of Europe, screaming that the Russia jammed her helicopter as her helicopter had to land? And now all of this hysteria about Russia attacking a NATO country. It's like, it seems like a lot of this has to do with keeping Trump involved or keep the U.S. involved. Do you think it's going to work? Is the question.
No. But Ursula, you can't have it both ways. Either they're using chips from dishwashers and they're desperate, or they're able to jam your plane. Like, you can't. Yep. You can't have it both ways. That's the thing about fascists, is that they're irrational. Well, that's one of the tenets of fascism, actually. And liberals, while they're backsliding into this sort of fascistic, they engage in this sort of irrationality, which is, again, the Polish thing. It's, again, the dishwasher, or, you know, one of the tenets, I know we don't use them anymore, but in Umberto Eco's 14 tenets of fascism is the enemy is simultaneously weak and incredibly strong. It's this weird irrationality to fit the narrative. But I do think there's a little bit of that, but I don't think that the plans for Ukraine are going to change. They have to stay in course. The only thing that, you know, the only thing that they're discussing right now is putting mercenaries in Ukraine, and that's already been done. So
right.
So I don't think that anything will really change in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. I agree. I think they're talking this up. I mean, Poland apparently talked to Trump, begging him to keep troops in.
They want more, actually.
Yeah.
They asked for more troops.
And Trump was like, yeah, sure. But
right.
Trump will tell anybody in the moment anything.
Instead of like, why? Like, what do you mean, why do you want more troops in there? And even the other night, while that whole evolution was happening, they were like, I was like, only one mistake has to happen. Either an errant drone hits another plane, or somebody else hits another plane, and
Yeah.
then it's Russia attacked a NATO ally. And I feel like we came really close to that the other night. And I feel like that might actually be a feature, not a bug. The more troops you put into Poland, the closer you put them to the border, the higher chances of them getting hurt, especially with Russia. Sorry, the dog. Russia currently attacking Western Ukraine pretty heavily. Drones are going to go off course due to electronic warfare. They're out there to open up air defenses. So, of course, they're going to go off course. They might go into Poland. What better way to get a NATO soldier injured than to put them out on the border, in the border regions of Poland?
Yeah. No, agreed. A tripwire, effectively. I just think these people are idiots. I mean, Kalis, God bless her heart, adorable as can be, dumb as a box of rocks. That is effectively their foreign minister. And the stuff that she says is just outlandish. They seem to be hell-bent on feeding Europeans to the Russians. The only thing that may save us in all of this is that these governments are so fragile. Like France just collapsed. The new guy who they put in, what is it? Oh, I can't.
I don't even know. I haven't even had time to even look into it.
Yeah, I can't think of the guy's name. It'll come to me in a moment. But Francois is out. Macron immediately picks somebody who's effectively a clone of Bayrou, Francois Bayrou. That guy is going to face a no confidence vote almost immediately. Macron has a rating of like 15%. His rating is in the toilet. They're closing German factories left and right. And he's telling people, hey, we need to cut your services because we got to get Ukraine more money. And this is all the while with Trump effectively bragging about a 10% premium on weapons that he's selling Europe. Like, so these countries are bankrupt in one sense, losing their businesses and companies in another sense, and fragile politically. Okay, well, what does it look like in 5 years, right? Does the AFD take power in 5 years? Does the National Rally take power in 5 years? So I don't know, maybe the contradiction of their own societies save our ass on this. But I don't know. It's just insane to me. Where do you think this goes? I agree with you. This is a feature, not a bug.
Where do I think it goes in terms of Ukraine? I think it says.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to be able to create the hysteria necessary in order to, I don't know, do what they're trying to do? Yeah.
Not yet. The actual polls and the Germans are too against it. This way, like the people themselves. I just don't think that will go over well. Mm-hmm. Plus, Poland might be ready, but Germany needs years to get ready.
You think Poland's ready? Poland couldn't even shoot drones out the sky.
In terms of armament and military, yeah, they have a fully armed and equipped military, yeah. Germany does not. Germany needs to go through an entire process of rearmament. Poland does not. That's all I meant.
Okay. Fair enough. I think these people are insane. They see what's happening to Ukraine. They had the largest military in Europe. They refill that military 3 times over. And they think, hey, let's go fight the Russians. I think they're out of their minds. And I get it. I've been to Poland. They hate the Russians. They hate them to their core. And, there's this, when the fall of Warsaw, one of the exhibits is this red room where they're talking about the Soviets. And so, I know it's historical context, but this kind of miracle of Vistula, Stalin hated the Poland because of it, took it out on Poland when he finally took over. So they have this deep-seated hatred of the Russians, missing the fact that they're not Soviets, they're Russians. But yeah, it's wild. I want to hit another story before I let you go. Well, by the way, what do you think of the Charlie Kirk thing? I had to ask.
I find it terrifying. I'm not a Charlie Kirk fan by any means, obviously, but we don't have any details. We have no idea what's going on. They arrested two different people that they had to release. It's terrifying. I don't go, and I'm definitely not flattering myself and thinking I'm as big or as impactful as Charlie Kirk. But how long before it trickles down to people like me? Or, and so I immediately found myself, and again, this is not me making it about myself. I apologize if it sounds that way, but yesterday I'm like, I found myself almost self-censoring already.
What do you mean?
Like, I obviously don't approve of his views, and I saw a lot of people in our sort of circles saying, I'm not gonna mourn him, or he was a piece of shit and all of that. And I refuse. And so, I just kind of tried to take that neutral stance to where it was like, we don't celebrate the death of anybody. And we pray for his family. And we even got a lot of shit for that.
Really?
Yeah. Like, why would you pray for him? I'm like, because he died. Like, it's very, I think Charlie Kirk turns into this sort of watershed moment for the United States.
Really?
100%. 100%. People are very worked up about Charlie Kirk. They see Charlie Kirk as a symbol of the right, not the right, not the scary right, not the Nick Fuentes right, the real right, the mainstream right. He represents the Zoomer contingent of of MAGA. People credit him with, building up that Zoomer generation to be Republicans. I mean, nobody worked harder than Charlie on college campuses, whether you agree with his views or not. So he was a threat. And how many of us have been treated like or told that we're threats? People call me, and this is just from just using myself as an example because I can't speak for anyone else. People call me a communist every day. Every day. I'm not a communist, but people call me a communist every day because of who I hang out with or what I believe. Now we have a retaliatory right that wants to kill leftists. But it doesn't matter if you're a self-proclaimed one or not.
Right.
So it's like, it becomes a sort of, where do we fall in line? Where do we fall into this? And so that's kind of where I'm at. I'm being incredibly cautious with it because we just don't have any information. There's very little. Even Steven Crowder just released something. I'm not even going to read it because I don't know how to verify it, or it's a leak from the ATF or something crazy.
Oh, that doesn't count. Yeah,
but I don't engage in the conspiracy theory stuff, especially when it's the death of somebody like that, like in our field. So
I get where you're coming from with this. I hadn't thought about the self-censor thing, but I understand where you're coming from with it. I disagree with my mom on a lot of this stuff, that you can't be honest about how a person lived when they dropped dead or when they were killed. By the same token, the idea that you murdered the guy seems outlandish to me. Like, look, he was a horrible person. I'm sorry. And this pretending to be a Christian while, being racist, being hateful, bashing immigrants and all this other stuff, it just doesn't seem to follow or backing the Israeli
and that's one of the arguments I got into yesterday. You know how we are. We're very much like, I don't really care if the truth hurts your feelings or the timing is bad. It's still the truth.
Yeah.
That's exactly the conversation we had yesterday. People are like, he's a Christian, blah, blah. I'm like, I watched him cheer on the deaths of children in Palestine.
Yes.
Let's not sanctify or deify this person. You guys are ready to give him sainthood over here. And it's like, we have to be honest about who these people were, because the more that you kind of talk him up into this sort of angelic or saint-like figure, what do we have? The sacrificial lamb. And then it becomes like this messianic sort of thing. And then we have a huge fallout from it. And it's just exactly like we have a very skewed version of what Christianity is, I think. And this is going to sound crazy, but if you watch Nick Fuentes, he has a clearer idea of what Christianity is than someone like Charlie Kirk. When Nick says stuff like, pray for these people. Yeah, I don't like them, but pray for these people. When he was one of the first people that went out and said, pray for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk doesn't do that for other people. So this idea that like we need to sanctify him and you know get on our knees because he's such a devout good Christian is
I don't know where they get that from. Yeah, I don't know where they get. It's like I grew up in the church. He is. It's almost like they use Christianity as a virtue signal, as a This
they
is
call him a martyr. For what?
For who? For what? For what?
Like when you're a martyr, you die for a cause, or you're like actively engaged in some sort of freedom fight, or you know, like what are we talking about here? A martyr?
Yeah,
for what?
They're out their minds. They're out their minds. I can accept that they shouldn't have murdered him. Fair enough, but let's not pretend that the guy was something that he wasn't. There's oceans of video out on Charlie Kirk, and you know, I hate to bring this up, and somebody said, "Dude, that's a horrible comment." Charlie Kirk was one of those people who were like, you know, if people, you know, it's okay if people die. We should keep the Second Amendment. Effectively saying, having people get shot.
He said the gun deaths in schools were worth it, or like basically a price we have to pay to keep our Second Amendment. And it's like, okay, well then you paid the price. And maybe this is insensitive. You're already paying a great price for your political views. I've already paid a great debt. Yeah, we haven't died. We haven't been, thank God, we haven't been murdered or anything like that. But when you hold views like this, you have to be ready to pay the piper for them. I think about getting killed over them all the time, over my views. Here.
I'm annoyed that Ukraine didn't put me on their kill list.
I'm still hurt. I was put on the lesser one. I'm still Ukraine, if you're listening, please put us on the kill list. Charlie Kirk was on it. He's obviously no longer on it. You got room. Put Jamarl and I on it. I don't understand why you're being stingy with the list. Put us on the list. I felt
some kind of way about that. I was
on the second stringer list. I was pissed.
Could you measure who you are by your opposition, right?
By your enemy, yeah. About what enemy
is not fighting a street burglar.
Giving you attention.
Yeah. And so it's kind of like they hurt me more by not recognizing me in a weird way. I thought that sounds weird. But no, it sucks. I mean, yeah.
The audience is saying, don't put Jamarl on it. They'll never find Jamarl. He's in the jungles. They'll find me first.
Yeah, it's like nobody knows where in the world is Jamarl Thomas.
Yeah, you are. You're Carmen Sandiego right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It's a bad thing, and nothing good comes from it. That's the wild part, right? It's not like, oh, you kill Charlie Kirk and there's some kind of good consequence. It doesn't work that way. And look, I am one of those people, right? I can be a hard ass about stuff. I have watched Israeli IDF members get killed and drunk coffee as I watched it, saying I would love for them to put their funeral online. So I can be a hard ass. So this is not me being like a dove. I'm saying this in the sense of, does speech in a country that has a free speech law rise to the level of getting a person murdered? It's that part. Even if somebody makes the argument of, well, this is an action consequence. You put this stuff out in the world, so you get this stuff back. Okay, fair enough. That's an actual consequence. But is it right? Is the issue. We have a violent country. I think it boils down to that. And we push violence out all over the world.
Yes, that was what I was saying. That's exactly the position I took in every conversation. I said, why are you guys even surprised? Violence begets violence. You have got to understand that what we put out into the world comes back to us. It's not woo-woo shit. It's not like karma. It's not energy. I can see it. Like, you can see it, how negative people are and how it's coming back. The chickens come home to roost every single time. I tell people all the time, foreign policy becomes domestic policy in the sense that what we do out in the world will come back to us. How can we have a society that's insulated from violence and that loves each other when we project an incredible amount of violence and hate out into the world?
Yeah.
Where do you think that hate's going to go when it's done out in the world? It's going to come right back here. And it is. This is a reckoning moment. And it's not because Charlie Kirk was he was very loved, but not because of that, but because we are already at a tipping point. And this is just this is putting people over the edge. I'm telling you, they see him as mainstream right winger, almost like a Tucker Carlson almost. I didn't know he was that big until yesterday when I started going around and then I started researching. I was like, he's really popular.
There's no way he's that big.
He's
Are you
big.
serious?
Yes, I had no idea. I had none. He's the Tucker Carlson. He's like the Pied Piper of young Republicans from the ages of like 18 to 35. I had no idea.
Wow.
I had no clue until yesterday.
Poisoning
and of
minds.
course, the conspiracy theories are out. I'm not paying any attention to them, obviously.
Well, they're trying to say Israel did it.
Right,
They're trying to say,
out of nowhere, Israel did it because he was being lightly critical of them.
Yeah, it's like, how dare you modestly criticize us? We're going to put a bullet in you for it. Yeah, it's wild, man. It's wild.
And then you have to also ask yourself, right? He said it's worth it. You know, the deaths are worth it for the Second Amendment. Are they worth it for the First?
Yeah. That's the other part, right? I mean, it's amazing that those two things went back to back. First Amendment and then the Second Amendment immediately comes after it. Yeah, all of us are at risk, I suppose. I mean, because the rub is as I've tried to point out, news is political by definition. Like it's never neutral. There is no such thing as neutrality in news. You take a point of view. Even neutrality on some level can be used as a bias. Like if you were covering the Native Americans being murdered and you take a neutral position on that, you've effectively allowed the murder to keep happening just by definition of the neutrality. The neutrality in and of itself becomes a weapon in the way that it's used. How you present media and what you present as media, the people, the sides that you take and everything else, it's always going to piss off somebody. There's no way around that. I get into fights on Twitter all the time over the issue of Ukraine. Usually what pisses me off is that these flag wavers act as if they're somehow benefiting Ukraine as 1.7 million Ukrainians get killed. And their response is, just keep fighting. The dastardly Russians. And it's like, dude, you're getting people killed. Shut up. Yeah. But by the way, people will look at that opinion and say, that guy's supporting Putin.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're a Russian shill.
Yeah. Missing the fact that I just want people to stop dying. It's wild. It's wild. I was shocked when I saw that today. I picked up my phone and I'm looking at it, and people around me, none of them speak English. So none of them understood, what was going on. Like all of this stuff is just kind of remote for where I am. And so you're kind of like alone, weirdly experiencing this thing of like, holy shit, somebody murdered Charlie Kirk. And then when I saw the video, obviously the guy was a trained sniper. I mean, he hit him in the neck from like 200 meters out. I mean, this was a professional hit on some level. Like, and I don't mean professional like some hitman. I just mean the guy was obviously professional.
Yeah, he's had shotguns before. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Amazing.
But again, if you're willing to pay the price with other children's lives for the Second Amendment, are you willing to pay a price for your First?
Well, I'm assuming he's not a hypocrite, so I would imagine he's looking up, saying, "Yes, I'm willing to pay that price for my beliefs."
And that's admirable, actually. If that were the case, that's admirable. I mean,
they never mean for themselves.
They don't mean for themselves. They say your kids are worth the sacrifice for me to keep my Second Amendment. I'm not willing to die for my First. I'm just a pundit who debates kids on college campuses.
Right.
No, I'm not. I'm not going any college campus anytime soon. But yeah,
that's what felt weird to me, because it's like you just murdered a YouTuber. That's the way it felt. Like you murdered a rando pundit. Like, look, if Netanyahu gets cancer, I would like it videotaped so I can watch it, him degrade and die. And I will drink coffee and mock him as he do so on my video. I could be a hard ass. A YouTuber, it doesn't rise to that level to me. I mean, somebody maybe could make the argument of, well, he's poisoning minds. And in poisoning minds, those people are going to grow up to be just like him and everything else. It's like, okay, dude, you don't know that. Like, those people might have had a predilection to be that and act that way. Anyway, like Nick Fuentes. He hates women. Has clear issues with women. I think he's an incel, personally. And I know some of my audience is like, no, dude, that's not fair. I saw him argue with Candace Owens, just like, you woman don't get to talk to me. I was like, whoa, What does her being a woman have to do with what you're saying? He's like, nobody's gonna date me. Nobody's gonna look up white Nazi Nick Fuentes and date me. And it's like, all right, dude, calm down. You're being very, intense right now. I mean, but we have a First Amendment for a reason. It does get complicated. I agree, because there's this thing of like, can you really have a free speech site? And if you have a society like ours, full of immiserated people, like working class and poor, full of corruption, full of this gap between the rich and the poor in a way where the government protects, where your anger towards the government for doing that can boil over in the like you feel alienated from your politics, from your country. That stuff is ripe for creating chaos. And I think a lot of the chaos that we see right now is a direct result of that, just the way it operates. Can you have a First Amendment in that environment in real terms? And what happens when you get, a Nazi Twitter and people just aggregate to
Well, that's the thing, right? You wonder, that's where the conversation kind of leads, right? How much of this is kind of spurred on by the way the Discord is going and how disgusting and violent it is, right?
Yeah.
And then people obviously fall back on, well, it's free speech and people need to have, restraint and stuff like that. Well, don't we also need restraint with free speech? And it's like, it's a weird slippery slope. The people are going to hang me over this, but I don't believe in free speech. So I'm not a free speech absolutist. Sorry. I don't think that it works. I don't think that it's smart. And I don't think that everybody deserves it. And it's not because of violence. It's not because people get killed over it. It's because people like, and I don't care. I'll toot my own horn. People like yourself, people like myself, people like other educated people are in competition with everybody else with free speech rights. All of these idiots that also have free speech rights. Do we really have free speech? Does our voice have any power? No, it's drowned out in a sea of hundreds of thousands of voices. If I stand up the way that I stand up in a place like Russia or China or Korea, does my voice have power? Yes, because I'm not competing against a cacophony of low IQ retards that think that they have the right to speak about everything. Maybe that's mean and wrong, but I don't know.
You're right. There's a cacophony of noise, but who chooses is always the issue. Who decides?
Well, we thought that was going to work out. Remember, that was the theory behind Twitter. The people will choose. The people will look at what the people have chosen. Porn, racism, Holocaust denial.
But is that the predominance? I mean, you're always going to get randos in a corner thinking that aliens are about to attack tomorrow, or thinking that the Nazis won the war and Hitler is on the moon. Like, those people always exist, whether they are in the closet or whether there's 2% on Twitter that create a Twitter space where they can talk to each other. That's not really the thrust of the conversation. I mean, porn is, but porn is porn, right? That's just kind of is what it is. Anywhere you go is where you're at with porn. But that's not really the
stuff is degradatory. All of this stuff is degradatory to your psyche, to your soul, if you believe in that. But it's degradatory. People are degrading. Like, you can't sit here and watch violence and porn flashing before your eyes. You're like Clockwork Orange. You can't watch this stuff constantly and expect not to get warped. And I don't even mean watching it. It's just there. It's like subliminal messaging as you're scrolling. Flash of porn, a flash of violence, a flash of racism, a flash of Holocaust denial. It's all over the place. And it's literally like Clockwork Orange. I know you're not as immersed in this as I am because you have the benefit of living abroad, but I'm not kidding. And it's warping people. It's warping children. It's not children, young adults, I should say. It's warping people's minds to what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. If you see genocide all day on your timeline and you see porn next to it all day on your timeline, this amalgam of violence and sex is like, it warps your brain. It absolutely warps your brain.
The genocide thing, yes. I don't see porn on Twitter at all. I mean,
well, I don't now. Because I fixed my timeline, but yeah.
I've never seen porn on Twitter. I mean, I didn't even know Twitter allowed porn, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. It's actually promoted.
I've never seen it. I swear to God, I've never seen it.
Good.
The
It was really bad for a while, but I think that it's improved, and I've also gone out of my way to fix my own timeline.
Look, I would rather people deal with sex as opposed to killing and war.
I mean, they're really the same thing. They're all violence.
But they're not all the same thing. I don't believe sex and violence are
not the porn on Twitter. Porn is violent. Porn is violent, and it's giving people a very skewed idea about what interpersonal relations are supposed to be like.
God, this becomes a very weird conversation.
Yeah, we're on porn. How did we get here?
It depends on the time.
My fault.
Of porn. I would argue it depends on the type of porn.
Then we should just get rid of all of it on the timeline in public.
Oh, you mean on the timeline?
Yeah, I don't care if people have porn in their homes. Go watch whatever you want to watch. It's all over the timeline. It's in public. Everything is sexualized. Even children. They're starting to sort of try to justify pedophilia. Like, things are crazy on Twitter. Like, things are nuts.
I would tell you, I have a quirk in me that I don't want people doing anything that they don't really want to do, and I get this kind of capitalistic system where people feel compelled to act a particular way from their needs. I have a difficult time with regular porn because of it. It's one thing if it's a husband and a wife. Okay, fair enough. Both of these people are just voyeurs. I get it. But there is a violence, I guess, associated with this idea of this person is, meaning would this person be doing porn?
You have to be careful with the commodification of everything. We should not be commodifying romantic moments between a husband and a wife. That's a totally different story. We should not be commodifying this. This is not what we should be commodifying. This is hyper-capitalism and commodification, and this is where it goes. It goes to selling your womb for surrogacy. It goes to OnlyFans as our only job option. It's bad. It's really bad.
But isn't that a systemic thing? Like, meaning, would that person be doing porn or become a prostitute or be on OnlyFans?
No, it's absolutely systemic. Absolutely systemic. But we also,
what I mean is, as a capitalistic system, that guy doesn't want to work at McDonald's either. Or that person may not want to shovel snow. Or that person may not want to shovel manure for the horses. Like, aren't all of these things on some level effectively the same thing? A person decides.
No, I don't believe that commodifying your body is the same as shoveling manure. I just don't.
But that is commodifying your body. You're still using your body for.
That's labor. Having sex is not labor.
Having sex is labor.
No, it's not. It doesn't produce anything.
What do you mean it doesn't produce anything?
It doesn't create anything. It's a service. It's not labor.
Oh, so service is not labor?
No.
So no service is labor?
Mm-mm.
Okay, we disagree. I would wager to you that the woman who's having sex and getting paid for it is going to think differently than that.
It's not labor. They're not making anything besides money.
They're making a video.
That's not a product. Ugh.
Unless I'm just being straight. I mean, unless you mean that, does Hollywood, let me ask you this, is an actor producing anything? If you're going to a theater and you're watching somebody do a play.
Labor. It's not labor. They're not working class.
They are. Yeah, we disagree.
Actors are not working class. This is like normal labor theory.
No. I'm saying if I'm going to a theater and I'm watching somebody put on a production, that is an experience for me. I'm watching somebody do work.
That's not a product.
It is a product. A YouTube channel is a product. A video is a product. It is something
that you're about the movie theater.
Well, I think I use the term theater. But even if I'm talking about
actors and porn stars are not working class. Like in accordance with theory.
I'm just saying real life. Theory is one thing. Look in chess.
Look at all your porn-brained viewers. Sarah's approved because I don't want porn on my timeline. Get the fuck out of here, porn.
I agree with you. Look, I agree with you on that. I mean, because you can have kids on Twitter. So I agree. But again, I didn't even know that was on Twitter, to be fair. I'm talking about, I guess I'm trying to make a different case with this. That's why I moved to theater or actor or whatever. That if I'm making a movie, the movie is the product. The people who acted in it is the labor. Now you can say they're not acting class because they make a certain amount of money. Fair enough.
No, that has nothing to do with why they're not working class.
Oh, okay.
They do not own capital. And class is a relationship to the means of production.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I understand the theory of it. If we're going to make a very specific classification of what labor is, fair enough. That's a definition, though, that is being imposed. If I have to do this job, I am dead tired at the end of the day, and I have to produce a product in regards to videos after the fact. From my point of view, I am a working class person. I guess from your point of view, I am not. And I so disagree with that. But I understand the theory of it that you're trying to make with it.
Mm-hmm.
I do get it. Sarah, it is always an experience. And it's always a good one. I swear to God it is. Yeah, this went into porn. I got into this argument with a friend of the show, Lawrence Steiner, once. I didn't realize that she was hardcore anti-porn. Somehow this conversation came up. And
yeah, I'm not. I think that it's something that people should enjoy in their private, if that's their thing.
Agree. But yeah, I didn't know it was on Twitter. That blows my mind that they put that on Twitter. Wow. Okay. Good to know. And it was showing up on your timeline. Jesus Christ. What if you have kids, man? Like you have some 5-year-old on Twitter and they're watching porn. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. It's not
even about the kids. I don't think that people understand what this really does to your brain. It's not good for you.
It desensitizes you. You're talking about the desensitization
and it fucks up your way you engage in interpersonal relationships.
Let's take porn out of it for the moment. The genocide. I also agree with you that I think that fucks up people's minds. But isn't that just real life? Like, isn't that reality? And shouldn't people be exposed to reality of things? And this could be the last question because I know we're over.
No, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. This can be the last question either way.
It doesn't matter that we're over.
The genocide thing is rough because from my point of view, it has given me clarity in a way that I didn't have prior to the genocide. It has given me clarity on realist politics, on the way countries and people engage and interact. That there is no God that will save you from yourself or from other human beings in a sense. You have to kind of deal with your own affairs. It's giving clarity in a way that I would have never had prior to it. But I agree with you. It does fuck up the way you see the world in a sense. But isn't it just reality at this point? Like, this is the real world. This is what's happening to people right now in the world. And this is what we're okay with as it happens.
I mean, you're who's in charge of reality, and who fixes it?
Who's in charge of reality?
Yeah.
Nobody's in charge of reality.
So
I mean, you can say that people create narratives, if that's what you want to say.
What do you mean when you say, "Oh, that's just reality. That's just the way it is"? I disagree.
People are getting murdered en masse. People are being starved. That's real life. That's happening.
Right.
What I think about it doesn't change it.
But showing it to people all day in close proximity to like sex and memes is not normal.
But the sex part, that's what I mean though. I haven't seen, okay. I know this is your channel, like meaning the what you're viewing as a channel per se. I've never seen sex on Twitter. I've never even seen it offered on Twitter. So from my point of view, that's not something that I've seen together.
You're also not in America. So your timeline's going to be completely different.
Sir, I've lived in America for all of my life. I've only been traveling for 5 months.
Right. But your timeline is still going to be different in the algorithm now that you're gone.
I know what I'm saying. Even when I was in the States for all of those years, I had never seen the two combined.
You haven't seen the porn waifus or the AI porn that they're making now or the AI pedophilia that they're making now?
On Twitter? No.
Yes.
No, I've never seen it on Twitter.
Yeah.
I know that they make AI
even
porn.
Elon was making underage waifu AI stuff.
That leads to another bizarre question. If a guy, let's say a political commentator, not naming, just rando guy, Bob Cobb. Bob Cobb has a thing for children. Bob Cobb gets caught a few times because of his thing for kids in online stings. And Bob Cobb says, I need to stop doing this because I'm getting caught. By the same token, I still have a thing for kids. And Bob Cobb buys an AI program, and Bob Cobb programs a child in the AI program. Is that illegal? Technically, this child doesn't exist. Bob Cobb is at his home, minding his own business. Is that, and should that be illegal?
I'm not going to have this conversation. I'm not doing it about a guy watching porn, child porn. I'm not going to do it.
I'm trying to get to the point of saying we are in a weird space in regards to how we engage. I mean, I think this was even a movie where they busted the guy and they're saying, hey, where's that kid? Where's that kid? And they were pointing out, oh, that's an AI thing. I don't even know if the laws compensate for that. Like, meaning, I'm not even sure if the laws have gotten to the point of compensating for it when technically the kid doesn't exist. We're in a weird space. I mean, you're pointing out the AI porn stuff, and I'm going to this notion of the extremes of where that stuff is going to go. And something that our laws at some point are going to have to question, hey, if it's AI generated, is it illegal? I don't know, man. This stuff gets weird. I just haven't seen it on Twitter. That's all.
That would be like if I painted, I mean, I don't know.
I hope you get my point. It's not the same thing as a real living human being. And yet the AI is doing everything in its power to mimic a real life human being.
But then police stings shouldn't count either. Because they're not real.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. At some point, federal law is going to have to deal with all of this stuff. I don't think we've caught up with the AI stuff. I don't think we've even gotten a hint of how bad some of this shit is going to get. But yeah, I got to be honest with you. I haven't seen it on my timeline. I do know that they make AI porn and stuff like that.
Well, they made Grok. They characterized Grok, and they made it a teenage girl in like a skirt and like a midriff and like pigtails and she comes and she says, "Hi, babe."
Yeah. Look, I thought Vampire Diaries was weird, to be honest. If you remember, Damon was 200 something years old. Caroline at the time was 16, and he was effectively raping Caroline. And nobody took issue with it on the show. It was like, whoa, she's a child. She's still in high school. What the fuck? How's this okay? And even like the relationship between Stefan and Elena. Elena was like 17 years old. She might have been 16.
I mean, look at Euphoria. It's literally children having sex on HBO.
Yeah. I agree with you on this.
They're desensitizing us to some really horrible, horrible things. And you have to ask yourself why.
But is that life reflecting reality? Like, meaning, because I remember in school, people used to have sex in school. They used to have sex all the time. In fact, they used to brag about it at certain points.
Adults aren't watching children have sex. This is an HBO show for adults.
Oh, I see your point.
Like, what are we talking about here?
I see your point. No, what I meant was like this showing. I see your point.
Not all of real life needs to be shown on television and movies. Real life is disgusting. It's dirty. It doesn't need to be shown to everybody.
So back to the Andy Griffin era, or the Leave It to Beaver era.
You're kicking the pendulum, and like we've gone from children having sex in HBO, and now you're like, wait, then we have to go back to Andy Griffith.
No, I don't mean it that way.
That's not have children having sex on HBO. That would be an improvement.
That's extreme. Only thing I meant was you made the point of saying life is grimy, and at some point, TV changed. It went from this iconic America thing where you have the nice sheriff, you have the lovable drunk, into here's cops, where you see the reality of life and being a police officer, right? I guess, there has to be a middle ground between it. The kid thing is weird. I get your point. The reason why I say is it life imitating art or art imitating life?
Everything gets more extreme, right? You get desensitized to the normal things, and then you have to take it to the little bit more abnormal, a little bit more abnormal, a little bit weirder, a little bit weirder.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, my agreement on this one. I agree. It's just, I don't think I've seen Euphoria. I've heard about it, but I don't think I've seen it. The Grok stuff, yeah, agreed. There needs to be some kind of law, a legal thing around that should be outlawed. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, my agreement on this one. They shouldn't be showing that shit on Twitter. That's a bit extreme. If people want to go look for it, fair enough. But it shouldn't be showing up in people's timeline just randomly. That's kind of weird to me. But the war, for me, is a little bit different. I do think on some level that should be seen. It's happening. You're bearing witness on some level. I mean, people can make a choice about whether or not they look at it or not, but it is happening to somebody, and people should care. And the last thing I want is, this kind of Israeli plan of scrubbing the internet or telling people that babies that are starving are effectively people with cerebral palsy. That just seems worse. But tell me if I'm wrong. Give me your thoughts. And this could be the last question because it is getting rather late.
I don't know. I don't really see that there was a net positive to making people watch the wars. Some people could watch them and understand what was going on and sort of glean the correct things from it. The majority of people have gotten war fatigue and never want to look at it again. Yeah. And not even from a I can't look at this anymore. It's too violent. It's just whatever. We see it every day. So I don't know that it's been a net positive. The shock value is gone. People have seen children's bodies ripped apart in Gaza daily. It wasn't, I remember the first one where they bombed the hospital. We were like, oh my God. And then after that, it became every 7 days. Then it was every 5 days, now it's every day. And what net positive has that had besides desensitizing people to some of the most vile violence that has ever existed in the history of humankind? There's something that makes you scared of certain things because you don't know what they look like, right? Right? Like wars or ethnic cleansings. There's just the stories for the most part, or maybe some photos. Watching it live and desensitizing yourself to it is a terrible. We're not, because we understand the gravity, but a lot of everyday people are completely desensitized to it. So the next time it happens, they'll never even react to it.
Or shouldn't it dig in somebody to the point of saying this should never happen again?
We already tried that, remember? Never again?
Well, this was one of my realizations, that if Hitler just had a Holocaust and didn't invade anybody else, that nobody would have bothered Hitler in regards to the Holocaust. Nobody would care.
No.
I guess my point is that never again was just a slogan. It wasn't real.
Never again for everybody else.
Right.
That's all it meant.
Sarah, I always enjoy these conversations, even when they go into odd places. I don't know how we got here.
I don't know where we went, but it's okay. We got through.
Yeah. It's just
through it unscathed. We're still besties. It's totally fine.
Well, I don't think we argued. At least I don't think we
I think people in the audience got nervous. They're like, "Oh my God, stop!" I was like, "Don't worry about it. We're still."
I didn't feel like I was in an argument. it was a conversation to me. And maybe this is where, to me it was just a conversation. I didn't feel anything in me that felt like I'm under pressure.
I think they got the wrong impression. Jamal and I are friends. We're not going to fight on stream in front of you guys.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, I didn't think it was an argument. It's a conversation, and conversations, I don't know. To me, conversations are just conversations. The audience have seen me lose my shit.
Well, it helps me because, I'm obviously pretty isolated. I live alone. I don't really talk to people outside that much. And so I often forget what everyday people and people actually think in reality. So it's good. It's good for me to hear the contrasting views. I do not. Sarah thinks she's Jamal's bestie. Shut up. What do you care? Your audience is on one today.
Jamal does not know when to stop sometimes. That is true. I will tell you this. My ex-wife, she used to monitor conversations that we're having with people, because her thing is all right, when do I pull them back? When is this going to go south? And I need to pull them back. And we got into, I got into this conversation with this woman. If I'm not mistaken, it was her brother's ex-wife or her brother's wife. from the other side of the family. And God, man, she was nuts. And they were staring at me, waiting for the moment to be like, all right, shut him up. It's like, stop it. He's going too far. He's going too far. Pull out. Yeah, it's just a conversation. I don't feel anything. Like look, put it this way, audience. When I feel something in a conversation, you would know it. And
you would know. I think you were getting a little sweaty. People.
Well, that's because it's hot in here. I don't like to got the air conditioner on, and I don't can't have the door open because the prayers are very loud, and they do it multiple times during the day. So over the course of the show, they're like 2 loud series of prayers,
and they kind of change a little bit their timing.
They do. Yeah.
So you never really get used to it unless you're paying attention to like the exact time.
Exactly, and it always happens twice, immediately before the show and in the middle of the show, and so the door has to stay shut. So it gets boiling hot here. It's like 80 degrees. It's be 10 o'clock at night. Be like,
and you're in a jacket and a shirt. You're so funny.
In a suit, man. Sleep in a suit. But no, everything's good. I didn't feel like anything was going wrong in the conversation. It was just, maybe because you said, well, I'm not even having this conversation.
I just got scared. There had nothing to do with you. I was like, I don't want to have this conversation on live YouTube. I'm going to do something and pick it up.
I will plow into anything. I'm very transparent with my audience. I'm not asking the question. And by the way, sometimes when I ask questions, I already know the answer to the question that I'm asking. I'm assuming your answer is going to be, fuck no, that's gross. That should be illegal. So it's fine. Sarah, you are fantastic.
I will see you on Saturday.
You will see me on Saturday. You guys do great work. Everybody check out DD Geopolitics. You also have a show with another gentleman. What's the schedule for
Chris? Okay, so Chris, that is my new co-host permanently. People really seem to enjoy him, so that's great. Obviously, you and I have our show on Saturday nights for me, 5 p.m. Pacific, so 8 p.m. Eastern, and then Sundays I will always be on with Chris at 1 p.m. Pacific, and then we will obviously have pop-up streams and spaces during the week. We might have a pop-up today. Depending on what the revelations are. But yeah, Chris,
for the Charlie Kirk stuff.
And for the drone stuff. So we're just kind of playing it by ear, but we might be on today. We'll always be on Sundays and hopefully at least one midweek breaking news stream.
Okay, but it's not standardized over the course of the week. It's just
Sunday at 1. Always Sunday at 1 p.m. Pacific. Always, unless we're traveling.
Oh, God. Feilu. These people and some of the opinions that they have. Are so
Feilu is crazy.
Feilu is nuts. If you think it was my fault for KJ, you're out of your mind. Love KJ, by the way. KJ
Feilu
comes up. You may not know
crazy.
this. I've had a huge amount of drama on my show for the last week. All of it was started by a guest that attacked another guest and then decided not to come back on. And it's like, it's weird. Usually I don't care. Usually I don't give a shit one way or the other. My feelings are they just are that way. KJ cared about, because I've known KJ for years. And it bugs the shit out of me how that happened. It wasn't even anything I did. KJ disagreed with the point of view that one of my other guests had and just plowed into that guest. And so it puts me in this weird position of like, okay, well, now I have to have the guest back on to have a conversation about it and just to balance the equation. KJ writes a lot of emails, but wouldn't come on to explain his point of view. It's like he wanted my take, like he just wanted me to agree. And it's like, dude, I don't have to agree with you or anybody else. I understand where you're coming from. Me understanding you and accepting your point of view should be enough. Wasn't enough. So he's like, basically, I'm done. All right. This creates reverberations in the show itself and with other guests that came onto the show. So the audience, some of them are like, oh my God, we love KJ. You should do anything in your power to get KJ back. It's like, dude, I didn't do anything to KJ in the first place. KJ left for his own # reasons. And if I'm being honest, a bit hysterical, you have to accept that people may not see your whole point of view 100%. They may get 90% of the way. That has to be enough. It wasn't enough. Is what it is. Another guy comes on the show. And to be fair, my behavior was not the best. My behavior was not the best. I'll say it that way. I compared him to a garbage man, not a car salesman. And it was very brutal in dealing with him, because from my point of view as a propagandist, and he didn't come on for a conversation. He came on to eject a particular point of view to the audience, not to have a talk. Like, right, you can have a talk and try to get your point across. Spending 30 minutes on a monologue is fucking outrageous.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what the hell? So that didn't go all that well. But all of these things were reverberations that came directly from that event, and that has been going on for a week. So,
well,
like I
you'll
said,
not get any reverberations from me.
I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate that.
My point is, I never say mad.
If I am pissed off, it shows. It's not like he's low key pissed. No, it doesn't work that way. If I'm pissed off, I'm pissed off. This is just a conversation. I didn't even realize that there was anything risque in this conversation.
Zoya's yelling at you. You better go fix it. You got to go fix it. Zoya's yelling. Yep. Zoya's yelling.
Being a dog, you got to be more diplomatic. I'm sorry, I don't. If I'm not wrong, I don't. I'm just being straight. Sarah, you're fantastic.
I'll see you in 2 days. I'll see you on Saturday.
I will see you in 2 days. You have a good one, okay?
Go take off your jacket at least. Get some hydrate.
I'm sweating, and I'm going to open the door in a very few moments. And I'm going downstairs to get some rice. I'll home after this.
Bye, guys. I will see. Oh, by the way, I finished that book, End Times. You were right. It's fantastic. I love that. The overproduction of the elites. That was such a great, a good.
It's such a good point. And it's
I love
that
idea of overproduction of the elites and that idea of personal or popular immiseration was like, oh, I really loved that theory.
I am trying to get him on the show. I would love to have an interview with him. Yeah, I'm trying to get him on the show.
It's great. It's a great book. I recommend it, guys. End Times. It makes a lot of sense. It's very recent. I think it's 2023 or 4. And so it's like right on the mark. And it really gets, it really did enlighten me a lot and give me a lot of words to kind of identify. Turchin is the author.
Yes.
Turchin. It really gave me a lot of the words and phraseology to identify the things that I just couldn't quite put my finger on. I really liked that about it. It explored something that I wasn't so familiar with, especially with this idea of elite overproduction. I really liked that idea. Yeah, that was really neat.
It just sounds funny. Elite overproduction.
Yeah, they were making too many elites, but they're not really elites. They're not like elite human capital. They're just our elites.
And then you have the many elites that want to get in. He's like, these are the most dangerous people in the system.
Aspirational. The aspirants. Yes, the aspirants. Yeah, so it was great. Thank you for the recommendation.
Sarah, enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
I will. You guys have a good one.
All right. We have come to the end. Sarah Bils, she's fantastic. Yeah, she's fantastic. And I got to be honest, I didn't realize that was an argument. There are times I'm aware this wasn't one of them. I thought it was just a conversation. So I don't think she took it any particular way either. But let's go to the chat. I'm not sorry to say for all I have for Charlie Kirk's tragedy are my thoughts and prayers. Don't be sorry for that. You're just being honest. That's perfectly fine. Well-dressed nerd. I can give you more than 3. Is that? Oh, Brave. Okay. I can give you more than 3 names. Peter Thiel, Ghislaine Maxwell, Obama, Joe Biden, Cass the View, Bill Clinton. See, I would put Hillary Clinton in that. Well, I guess both. Bill Gates. I could go on and on and on. Brave. I feel you. I feel you, Brave. Leave Guinan out of it. Leave Guinan alone. Leave Guinan alone. Dr. Wilmer Leon on some black hypocrisy, justifying Kirk killing for what we all could be subject to. Yeah, I guess I did feel that way. For that, we could all be subject to with death for disagreement. You are applauding it. Yeah, that's what it felt like. It felt like, because it felt like it went in 2 ways. In one sense, it's, hey, I'm not saying anybody should die. However, he dug his own grave. Emphatically. Which is kind of why I kept making a point of saying, yeah, this feels wrong. This is not right. But I do get where he's coming from. It's just, does this rise to the level of murder? Right. I mean, it's that part. I'm not a dub on this stuff. There are people who I think shouldn't exist. Charlie Kirk doesn't fall on my list for that. So, Let's see. Kevin Wayne, did you get my blogs? Yes, Kevin Wayne, I did get your blogs. Thank you. I got both emails. Thank you very much. I haven't had a chance to respond. I haven't even had a chance to cut my videos from yesterday, but thank you for them. Paul Green Dennis, there's a quote I'm going to paraphrase for me. When your God and religion is for sale, there is no religion. There's only capitalism and no morals. Paul Green Dennis, I think that's the whole, we're making a point about the Christianity thing. That is like, dude, you're for the murder of babies. How are you a Christian, right? You fucking racist. How are you a Christian? None of these things are godliness. These are just fucked up values. It's almost like the Christianity is a mask. Dana, thank you, Jamal, for inviting Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. I have a deep respect for you. Well, thank you. Thank you, Dana. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. President Jafar, Charlie's death was a warning to Trump by Mossad. Oh, you think that? Why do you think that? Why do you think that? I mean, this is a violent country. You have liberals who have been losing their minds, calling Trump effectively the Antichrist. On top of liberals losing their mind, calling Trump the Antichrist, they ascribe all things bad and negative to Donald Trump. Charlie Kirk was affiliated and associated with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has all sorts of Secret Service. Some of them may be bad at their jobs, but all things being equal, they've kept them alive. Charlie Kirk does not. And if you go with Wilmer's argument, where Wilmer makes the point of saying, look, this guy is affiliated with Donald Trump, the people who liberals consider to be devil incarnate, does he also open himself to a lunatic with a gun? Yes. Meaning, I don't need Mossad to come up with reasons and rationales for people to murder Charlie Kirk. It's, he's a political figure. He's associated with Trump. He says bombastic, outlandish shit. Racist, white nationalists, etc. Are you telling me that you can't foresee a liberal with a gun that may take a pop shot at Charlie Kirk just for being Charlie Kirk? So I understand the point about Trump and Mossad. Trump has done any and everything in his power for Netanyahu. I don't know why Mossad would do anything against Trump at this point. He's been a godsend. So there's no way for me to say you're entirely wrong, but I think there are other rationales I can go with. First, it should scare everyone when people like Hassan and AOC are calling for gun control to protect their neocon fascist adversaries. Who is this? JD. It should scare everyone when people like Hassan and AOC are calling for gun control to protect their neocon fascist adversaries. I don't understand that one. Are you saying that it should scare everyone that they're trying to take down the Second Amendment? Or are you trying to say they're trying to scare everyone to protect the right wing? Is that what this is saying? I don't fully understand that one, JD. I don't fully understand that one. Liberals have wanted gun control, but modest gun control. At no point have I heard any of them say, take away everybody's guns. And look, you would get even some people on the left who would want to defend the Second Amendment because in their minds, the government can get out of control, and there does need to be armed resistance to the government. I mean, for fuck's sake, let's be honest. This government was formed in a civil war, or formed in a war, a revolutionary war. It's built into the bricks. Every government that's formed in the context of some kind of larger war always wants to have the single dispensation of force. And so they immediately come up with things like, you shouldn't do X or Y. You have the media that protects the state on this case. And all of them have the explicit narrative that some kind of political violence is wrong as an absolute, missing the fact that a totalitarian state is not going to just, change because of a strongly worded letter. I hope you get my point. But again, obviously, Charlie Kirk shouldn't, this just, it seems outlandish to me that people back this. Sir Bike Select. Please confirm, quote, Kirk said that he prayed for Greta's boat to be bombed. Currently seeing that on Twitter. Couldn't have happened to a better guy. I don't doubt that he said some shit like that. That sounds like something he would say. Not shocked. Don't doubt it. Doesn't blow me away. She'd be killed for it. Again, as I told you, I don't have any feelings about this. I hate both sides. I hate the hypocrisy that comes out of both sides. It bugs the shit out of me. I feel like I want to go to a desert island and just kind of be left to my own devices. But they don't have many petties on desert islands. So, there's that. Both aggravate the fuck out of me. Both of these sides will chest thump, will grandstand when something happens to one of their sides, but don't really care when it happens to the other. In fact, they would justify it and they would agree with it, and vice versa. I'm sick of both. I'm annoyed with both. So does it shock me that somebody like Charlie Kirk, who I've defined as a trash human being, would say something like that? No, it doesn't shock me. It doesn't. It doesn't shock me in the least. I mean, have you heard the shit Lindsey Graham says about Ukrainians and everybody else? Trash panda discourse. Trash panda, I don't know what that was in reference to, but fair enough. Fair enough. Discourse. All right. Doing the left-right thing is going to divert you from the Uni-Party shell game. Charlie, yes. Yeah, it's that. I mean, let's be honest. Part of the difficulties that Democrats have had going after Donald Trump is because they don't have anything to go after him on, in part. If you're looking at the war, well, Trump has kept the war going on. They may hit him a little bit on it, but for all intents and purposes, he hasn't stopped the Ukraine war, even though he may give indications that he wants to pull out and bitches and complaints and everything else. Democrats were pro-genocide, so they have backed the genocide. Maybe not, let's say, the down party members, but from the standpoint of the leadership that makes decisions, well, they were all in. And Kamala Harris would have went along with Donald Trump just as readily as anybody else in the Democratic Party. They haven't put out any kind of economic plan, so you can't even say that they have this economic plan that they're going after Trump with. What economic plan? They're run by billionaires, for God's sake, and the rich, every bit as much as the Republican Party is. And of course, when they were in office, can you really point to anything significant that they did or anything significant that Kamala Harris was offering? No, you can't. Not to mention they're full of liars and warmongers, every bit as much as the Republican Party. Both parties are trash. Your political system doesn't give a shit about you. And until people kind of come to that recognition of that realization that they don't care, that the things that the public wants and what the political system gives are drastically different. Drastically different. I mean, the book End Times, it goes into this. I mean, it hits this on the head, where it talks about you get to the point where you have this immiseration of the working class and the poor, where the political instrument turns a tin ear and starts to make the argument that the immiseration is on some level right, justified, because they need more money, they need more cash. And so when you get Donald Trump saying, I'm going to get rid of Medicaid, or I'm going to take $1 trillion out of Medicaid, I'm going to cut SNAP benefits, and I'm going to effectively give myself more money and give people around me more money, it's exactly that. People are struggling with rents, people are struggling with healthcare, people are struggling paying for school, basic things, transportation costs, all of these things are so drastically high that people are effectively on a hamster wheel with 60, 70% saying they are insecure financially, and loss of a check or $500 will be financial devastation. It's not a good life. It's a life of desperation. You're effectively running from cradle to the grave with somebody's hand in your pocket, with a political instrument that doesn't give one shit about it, and is on a genocidal rampage as we speak, spending money like hotcakes. It will fall. The contradictions will come to life at some point. Let's see, Fei Lu. China does not want to be and cannot be everywhere. Don't expect them to be, Fei Lu. No expectation. Strong show, Jamal. Michael Williams. Thank you, Michael Williams. I thought it was a good show myself. There are some days. There are some days. But no, I thought today's show was a good one too. Nikki, it was a distraction from Qatar bombing. What was a distraction from Qatar bombing? Dionysi says, cheers. Harry Dickinson. Right here. China's following a non-interventionist foreign policy consistently. If it means taking a passive, then so be it. Yes, Felu. And again, I don't entirely take issue with that policy. I mean, China wants a world of international law. They're doing it for realistic reasons. They have a massive industry. And in fact, they're doing it for the same reasons America did. when America was, we want to champion these laws and these rules, and we want to do all of this stuff, and et cetera, et cetera. You could do that when the entirety of the world has been fundamentally destroyed by war. And what you want to do is effectively lock in rules that are going to be in your best interest, that you, for all intents and purposes, can exploit, while simultaneously saying we're following the rules. You should follow the rules. We have international law, et cetera, et cetera. The moment that it got inconvenient, then of course it became rules-based order, and we did whatever the fuck we wanted to maintain primacy. It makes all the sense in the world for China to say, we want a world that follows international law. We want sovereignty of states. We want, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All countries should want these things if they're not lunatics, but we have rogue actors who believe that they're better than everybody else and have taken on this Hitlerian idea of Western superiority, and it's decided international law doesn't matter. It's not real. If we need to bomb countries, overthrow governments, then we can do that. If we need to commit a genocide, we can do that too. So it's a rational act for China to say, we want to be non-interventionists. We have a massive economy. We want to be able to sell our goods and develop our country and left to our own devices. We want to make deals, we want to make agreements, and we want to have those things in the context of some kind of law that can be followed and that we can work with and operate under. If you're the biggest game in town, that makes all the sense in the world, right? So they're not wrong. I get why. I totally get why. I don't really care what happens to Kirk. He's a non-factor to me. Sugan D's, yes, agree. I agree. I mean, I just don't think people should get murdered for giving commentary. That's all. It's just, I don't know. Just think it's fucking outrageous. Fei Lu, China believes in the United Nations. Yes, agree. Fei Lu, agree. And again, they're a force for good. I mean, when you're looking at BRICS, for example, China, India, Brazil, Russia, Iran, Indonesia, this is a good thing. Like, do you honestly believe that the unipolar world has been to the benefit of the world? Fuck, no. Do you even believe it's been to the benefit of ordinary Americans? I mean, we spent $10 trillion murdering Iraqis and Afghanis. How is that positive for anybody? Not to mention reshaping the Middle East using American power with Israel as a battering ram, knocking over these governments with the help of the United States. None of this stuff is good. None of it is good. I think the issue that China is going to face, though, is, how long can your interests be subverted without you having to get into a more aggressive stance in regards to protecting your interests? Now, Taiwan is a flashpoint. Jerry made the point of saying China is not going to invade Taiwan. Taiwan is going to come into China. I think Carl Jacques even made the point of saying, dude, politically, they will switch. And at some point, they will come to China just because China is the center of gravity. A war is not necessarily going to be required for it. They may be right. And China's tenor may ultimately be right. We build a strong military. We build a country that can defend itself. We build boats and ships. We have an industrial capacity that is just ungodly. That's what we do. And we make it very clear that challenging us is a death sentence. Don't fuck with us. If that is the tenor to which they're going with, up to this point, it seems to be working. So we'll see. We will see. Playing with Russia and the Middle East, oil is not cool. Tom Jones is back. Tom Jones, yes, but what stops anybody? What stops anybody? So, Zaya is love. Please use your wisdom to bring everyone back to the table, including KJ and Danny. Danny, no, I'm just telling you flat out. No. He asked to come on the show to give that. Yeah, I'm not even getting into that. Danny, no. KJ, I miss. It's not about being right. No, it is about being right. Being right is important. Otherwise, what's the point? It's about being strategic and uniting against common enemies, even if we have disagreements. Well, you and I have disagreements on who my enemies are. I'll tell you that. Zaya, I will tell you this. being right is very important to me. It's very important to me. I can accept when I'm wrong, and I can even admit to it. Hell, sometimes I admit to it in the moment. I have these conversations because I know, as a flat fact, I'm not always right. KJ thing, I did nothing wrong. A guest comes on the show and attacks another guest. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? Like, just be honest. You got to be honest. If you're going to talk about this, be honest. That is deeply problematic. That is deeply, deeply problematic, especially when the guest had just came onto the show. That is a problem in and of itself. Some of those attacks were personal that didn't have to be. It's one thing if you attack a person specific about a topic. Any of you can think what you want about the Ritter thing. I didn't attack Ritter directly. I attacked his point of view because I thought his point of view was fucking outrageous. And considering, if you look at the last video that Ritter was in with me, the audience thought his point of view was fucking outrageous also, because there are 1,000 comments, all of them negative. So again, be honest, right? That's not really what he did. KJ went after Dimitri's job, career, history, all of that stuff, impugning his character directly in a way that was deeply, deeply unfortunate and completely unnecessary. If you take issue with what he is saying, okay, I get that. What does that have to do with who he is as the person who's making the argument? That is a problem. And that problem needed to be ameliorated by having Dimitri to come on to defend himself from the things that were being said about him, since those things were completely wrong. Be honest. Be honest. I mean, for fuck's sake, if you're going to talk about it, at least be honest about what happened. It's all on video. So it's not like something went on behind the scenes. He did that on air. And even though I'm saying it this way, love KJ to death. Love him to death. I understood why he was upset. I understood his ire and anger in this. But look, I will tell you this. Just because you have a disagreement with somebody, or just because you typically agree with someone, as a flat fact, the person is not always going to agree with you 100%. And understanding should be enough. Think of all the people that I have on the show. Think of the disagreements I have with those people. Have had arguments with John Kiriakou, have had arguments with Ted Rawl, have had arguments with Sarah, have had arguments with Alex Craner. All of these people. And all of them are close friends of the show. None of it was bad. None of it was hostile, even though on various issues we disagreed. It was okay that we disagreed. That's life. That's called being a person. Being hysterical about it is unfortunate and childish, to be frank. You can have conversations and disagree in the context of those conversations. And if you're dealing with honest actors, you just walk away saying, hey, thank you for your conversation. I appreciate the conversation. I completely disagree with you, but yeah, it is what it is. That's the entire point of the show. Somewhere along the way, it was missed. And I don't know why it was missed. So Zaya, I appreciate your take. I think your take is infused with a want that is not necessarily paying attention to the events that actually took place as they happen on air. So, there's that. Certain topics are triggering for people. Okay, they're triggering. So what? So what? I get triggered personally by issues of control, or let's say not having control in regards to my direction of will. Oh, this motherfucker. Okay, I committed murder on air, and I don't think, hopefully YouTube doesn't take me off this. Like, oh my God, he killed the fly. I get triggered by medical stuff. That triggering comes directly from an experience of being stuck in a hospital without pain medication, with nurses trying to gaslight me that I wasn't in pain when I was in pain, and did that for weeks. So that has given me a certain brutality when dealing with doctors and nurses, especially if you're trying to get out of the way in my will. What do I want to do? Don't get in my way in regards to what I want to do. I have independence in this case. Even if I kill myself doing it, fuck it. Let me do it. Otherwise, you're going to pay for it. I got into a disagreement with the doctor here. I was completely wrong. I was completely triggered. And I lost my shit. And unfortunately, she waited till the very end of the conversation after I lost my shit to say something that made it clear that I was completely wrong. It was a weight issue, basically saying, well, wait a minute, didn't we agree on this? And I'm like, fuck, we did agree on this. That means it wasn't her fault. She didn't do it. It's on me. I went to make amends for that because it was my fuck up. I think I sent her like 3, 4, 5 dozen of flowers to the place as a apology, with me over the top saying, I'm sorry. I get triggered on issues too. It's life. It's called being a human being. It's called being a person. But you have to know when you fuck up. You have to know when you fuck up. And, you know, at the point where the person takes a certain point of view, that's their point of view. I didn't choose for him not to come on. He chose that. And he chose it based on disagreements of me not taking his point of view 100%. So I can't do anything about that. That's unfortunate. It sucks. It sucks. It does suck. I agree with you, Zaya. I agree with you. It does suck. Pain does things to your character. It builds character, right? Pain builds character. That's what we used to say. KJ should have explained this disagreement with Dimitri instead of attacking his character. Yes, agreed. And I invited him on the show to make that point. No, and he didn't want to come back on. I was like, hey, you can come on and explain it to the audience. Because you're writing me pages. It's not going to, you know, it's like, just for fuck's sake, if you need to call, just call. But yeah, it's unfortunate. Zaya, I miss him too. No bullshit. And look, as you guys know, I could be a hard ass with stuff like this. I grew up in some situations being ostracized. And it builds character. It makes you, it teaches you that people get in groups. And when they get into groups, reality matters less. And so a crowd can't matter regarding your own point of view. It just can't. It doesn't matter. People leave. People leave for all sorts of reasons. And when they leave, I will make it on my own. It's not me begging for anybody to come on. I may hate the fact that KJ left, and I do. It sucks. Like, I have a list of people who are my favorite guests, and KJ was on that list. And it's one thing if you have an argument. Like, I get having a fight where you're like, fuck you, man, and everybody just kind of walk. And you're holding something against somebody when the person leaves, and that justifies the fact that person left. So you can say, fuck that guy, it's over with, right? There was no fight with KJ. Like, there was nothing like that. Like, there was no explosive moment of event that generated that, at least not directly with me. And so it's awkward. It feels weird. It's this weird spot of, yeah, it's just weird. It's very strange. It's a very strange way to break up. It's just very strange. He attacked the lawyer. Yeah, he attacked the lawyer. If I was him, that is not a debate I would want to have with Dimitri. He's good at it. I think the reason why I didn't want it to be a debate is because the moment that you attack somebody's character, you're stuck with the fact that you're in this kind of mean-spirited space. I don't blame Dimitri. Dimitri was pissed off. I would have been pissed off. I would have came on my show. I would have lost my shit. You mishandled it. I didn't mishandle it. That was the only way to handle it. That was the only way to handle it. Unless you're going to be unfair to one person, you could do that. That's not my objective. My objective was fairness. KJ got to attack, I guess. Dimitri needs to come on and explain and basically push back and clear himself of the stuff that was being said about him. That is the only way to deal with it. So yeah, you're wrong on that one. Let's see. Dimitri's human. Yeah, he's a person. He is a person. KJ just seemed out of character on that day. He seemed pissed off. I've never seen him that pissed off. Like, for what Dimitri said, it just seems so out of whack, out of bounds. It's like you make a comment about China, saying China should do more in regards, China and Russia should do more in regards to the genocide. Okay, that's a point of view. So what? That guy has that point of view. It seems so out of whack, right? It's just very strange. It's just very, very strange. I didn't get it. I got to be honest. I honestly don't get it. All right. I'm going to end this because we're just running out of miles at this point. I am going to say, like, international law is owned by Deutsche Bank. There is no such thing as international law. I'm an RN. I know power hungry. What is this? Power hungry. Me, the patient, pays the bills. What? On Wanda USA. I'm an RN. I know power hungry. Me, the patient, pays the bills. Well, Wanda, I'm not hungry. Unless you're referring to me. I'm not power hungry. I just have a strong sense of independence. And that's not an issue of power, per se. It's like it's a Pluto issue. It's not a Pluto issue, or if it is, it's purely in the sense of self-direction. I go where I want to go. A simple disagreement. Yes, a simple disagreement. Yeah. Brian, yeah. A simple disagreement. Well, I don't know if it was simple. I mean, it was simple to me, but therein lies the problem. It was simple to me. To me, it's a disagreement. I disagree with people all day. To somebody else who needs ideological conformity, it's like, oh my God, you want the death of Chinese people? It's like, oh, dude, calm down. Calm down. All right, I am going to end this. Free speech is under attack from imperialism. Yes. On some level, yeah. It has to be, right? Like, part of the imperial project is controlling minds. How do these people think? Conformity, those type of things. Yeah, agree. It all sounds goofy. Shiznitz, that's how it feels. It just feels insane. It doesn't, like, I get deep political disagreements. Those I get. But therein lies the rub. How deep a political disagreement is subjective to the person who's analyzing the disagreement. For me, I could just be like, oh, well, you disagree. I'm going to get a coffee. You want to get one? You want a donut? It depends on what it is, right? If we're talking about, hey, man, why did you have a Zionist on your show? It's like, well, why do I want to platform that asshole who's out there murdering kids, right? It's that. That's a disagreement. That's a hardcore political disagreement. I think that person is trash. Let alone, it's like, why would I want to talk to that guy? He's murdering babies and kids and justifying doing so. That's a political disagreement. That's a deep political disagreement. If somebody says, well, rape should be okay because it was okay back in the old age, that's political disagreement. I think the person's out their fucking mind. And there are some guys that will likely believe that. I hope you get my point. There are some things that run deep, that are core issues of we fundamentally, on a deep, radically deep level, disagree. This feels goofy. Shiznitz, I agree with you. This feels goofy. Where does it rise to violence? Oh, that is the question, right? Charles G., that is the operative question. That is the question. I don't know, Charles G. That's hard. It's a hard question. I don't know. I don't think Charlie Kirk at that level, though. It's kind of like definition of porn. Have you ever heard the definition of porn? Where they were like, how do you define porn? And they say something to the effect of, well, I don't know how to define it, but I know what it is when I see it. It's kind of like that. There are people who are in that Venn diagram for me that are clearly highlighted. There are a lot of people who are not. They're just bad people. But being a bad person doesn't necessarily mean you need to be murdered. It's just, yeah, I think the Charlie Kirk thing goes too far. It just does. While countries don't invoke Article 6 of the UN to expel the United States, they're terrified. Look at what Trump is doing with the tariffs. Those countries didn't just lump in together to deal with Trump and the tariffs, if you notice. They're scared. So there is that. All right. What? You was told not to come back. Well, I don't know if he was told. I'm not taking away his agency. I'm just saying he didn't stop responding to any kind of emails and just didn't come back. So it's what it is. We move on. We move on. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal to me, but it's a big deal to me on a human level, not for show level. It just sucks. All right. You guys are fantastic. I want to thank all of you for the super chats. You guys help make the show what it is. As I said, they demonetize these shows anytime. Thankfully, I beat the appeal yesterday on the one that they demonetized that video. The video actually did quite well. I won the appeal, but anytime they demonetize videos, they do it in a heartbeat. And you can't always tell which videos they're going to demonetize. So I say that to say, your support makes the show what it is. It helps the show keep going. It helps the show proliferate and even upgrade, like the light, the mic, the camera, etc. So you have my thanks. You have my appreciation. Like the video, share the video. You can always support PayPal, Patreon, buy me a coffee, super chats, stickers. All of those things are deeply beneficial to the show, and you have my thanks for them. You all are fantastic. Even when we disagree, I still think you're fantastic. You be safe and enjoy the rest of your day. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Actually, Dimitri's going to be on the show tomorrow. Speak of the devil. Laith Maruth should be on the show. Jim Jatris will be on the show. And there's one more. Oh, Ray. What is his last name? Ray. God damn it. What is his last name? He used to be for the CIA. He used to work for the president's desk. Ray McGovern. So we're going to have a full show tomorrow. We're going to have a damn good show tomorrow, actually. Laith, Dimitri, Ray McGovern, Jim Jactris. Damn good show. It's like a power show. Next week, we should have Brian Beletic. If anything, I'll probably get him on Monday. So we have a Black Pill Monday. Brian Beletic, Mark Sloboda. I need to find somebody for 9 o'clock. But we'll see. I haven't set the thing yet for next week. You all, be safe. Be kind to the degree that you can be kind. Jamal, come on, Revolutionary Blackout Network. You had Nick on, Sabby had you on. You would be great to see you there. Saya, I can't teleport onto people's channel. Like I got just, bam, I'm here. I don't give a fuck what y'all want. I'm just here. I've never been invited. So there's that. But yeah, I've had Nick on. I've had Sabby on. She comes on all the time. They have a great network. Very good network. So, but yeah, I can't teleport on somebody's show. I have to be invited. And yes, I would accept that invite if I was invited. They're cool people. All right, guys. You all have a fantastic day. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Be safe. Be kind to the degree that you can be kind. Signing off.